Hello everyone and welcome to the first round of DMP2025, the Polish Drift Championship. We are here with a stacked grid in the pro class. We have just done semi-pro and it is looking insane. The track has been crazy. The driving's been crazy so far, but now we are stepping up to the pro level. My name is Brandon Kyle and you're joined today with Cian Reedy in the booth with me. It is going to be a great one.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are at Autodrom Słomczyn. We've already seen semi-pro today qualifying, and that was unbelievable. As you can see, our Polish counterparts there doing their commentary as well. First year, I believe, that we have an English commentary team, which is great to be a part of for the start of an English stream for this championship, which is unbelievable. Obviously, me and you, Brandon, have been doing a lot of research into this the last little while, and wow, I'm really excited for the rest of the season. Even seeing semi-pro qualifying this morning was unbelievable. So getting into our pro grid, I can't wait to see what happens here.
Indeed, it is going to be a crazy one, as there's a very stacked grid. As you can see there, we have our full season as we go from round 1 all the way to round 4. 4 rounds this season, going all the way from this weekend all the way up into September. It is going to be a stacked season.
Yeah, absolutely. So we start off in this beautiful track of the Autodrom Słomczyn, and already we've seen where some drivers have been struggling. There's a lot of grip out there, it seems. Can be quite hot down on track there compared to ambient temperature. As we look over the track, that section there we've been looking at, outer zone 2 to outer zone 3 to outer zone 4, that is a absolute huge part of this. The judges marking high for that section of the track between line, angle and style as they work their way down towards the final section then with outer zone 5 and outer zone 6. A little bit of a bank there they can't really see on camera, but it is there and it has been messing up some drivers already. So that is a big part there. Judges wanting to see drivers go through the decel just before 5, just a little bit into 5, using angle, not handbrake, and not a huge amount of foot brake either. They want to see a lot of angle there to slow the car, but they don't want to see drivers dialing on huge amounts of angle all at once. They want to see it done a little bit gradually, but they don't want to see them throughout the arc of their drift, dialing it on and on, or taking it off and off. They want to see nice, smooth, fluid motions of the car throughout the whole track. So we will see what this pro class can do. Obviously, a lot of big names here, Brandon. A lot of Drift Masters drivers, former Drift Masters drivers, past champions, current champions. We will see what happens in this round.
Yes, definitely. Cian is absolutely stacked. A lot of talent, a lot of horsepower, and a lot of money in these cars, as well as the team for this event. We want to thank everyone who is involved for making all of this possible, including the sponsors. As you can see there, we've got our amazing judging panel sat there ready to go, keeping a keen eye, making sure that they are fair and do their job to the best of their ability, as well as just being absolutely amazing people. Proper handsome chat there, David.
Yeah, David Callas, obviously worked with Drift Masters for many years. We've got Mateusz Zizik, who actually works with you, Brandon, in DCGP for judging there as well. Along with that, we do have two other... So here we are, qualifying here at Słomczyn. Here we have our starting lists and our running order. So looking at some of the drivers here, we've got Nasser Al-Harbali to start us off. And even look at the horsepower numbers here from the get-go. We're talking over 1,000 horsepower. We got Matt Anderson, we've got Jakub Pryzgonski, Michael Reichardt, Peter Sansak, Bartosz Stolarski. These guys, all huge names of drifting worldwide, and really, this is where it all starts for a lot of these guys in these national championships before they head off to the likes of Drift Masters, Formula Drift, and all that.
Definitely is a massive grid. Obviously Poland is where a lot of the main talent comes from Europe in drifting, so we've got some very big hitters, and look at the size of the grid this time around. As you can see, plenty of Polish national drivers, but we do have a lot of drivers coming from outside of Poland to be a part of this, as well as this was mostly a Polish championship, and now we're seeing a lot more nationalities getting involved, which is really good to see as it brings DMP up into the worldwide stage. As you can see there, a lot of Czechoslovakian drivers, Swedish is insane, and as you can see there, we've got Jakub Kroll as well. Dariusz Fabiszczak is absolutely insane what we're going to be seeing, and I'm all for it, as in this grid we're seeing a lot more variety in cars as well, which is going to be really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. One that really catches my attention is an Opel GT of Jakub Kroll on that list.
Ooh,
there.
yeah.
I'm very excited to see that. But before we get there, we have some other drivers to get through. So on the line, we have Nasser Al-Harbali from... what is his country again? Doesn't matter. As he leaves the line in that Basket S14, big V8 power under the bonnet as he fires it in to inner clip 1. And carries it out to outer zone 1, transitions back on huge angle through the Manji section as he comes back around to outer zone 2, fires it around the lead corner and carries up into outer zone 4, smoking out this Słomczyn arena, gets to outer zone 5 and collects outer zone 6, and across the line goes Nasser Al-Harbali. Wow, Brandon, to start it off, what a run.
Definitely, that was absolutely insane. I could hardly hear you throughout the entire run. That car is so loud. I've seen it in Drift Masters in person. It is incredible. We were in the PGE Dave Stadium the last time I saw that thing, and being indoors with that car, it does not, honestly, it is insane how loud that car is. But obviously it's not just loud, it's got a lot of speed, a lot of flair, and the driver behind it, Nasser, is an absolute man possessed, going crazy in this first run, collecting out of 4 perfectly there as he transitions to 5. Absolutely on the ball, and for your first run of the day in pro, what a way to start, and what an incredible car as well. I'm very excited to see what the rest of this has in store for us.
Well, if this is setting the tone for the rest of qualifying, we are going to see some very high scores, I think, for the pro class, as we wait for scores to drop in for Nasser in that beautiful S14. And an 86 on the board for Nasser straight off the bat. Beautiful start to qualifying. I'm delighted about this. This is going to be a very interesting qualifying session, Brandon.
Definitely. And now on the line, look at this BMW. We have Andreas and Mads. I'm not too sure if it's the other way, because we seem to be seeing a lot of names that are reversed.
Yeah,
on the
it's
driver cards.
Mads Adriansen.
Mads, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. So yeah, E92 with a lot, 850 horsepower, really nice looking livery. But can the car perform, and can he perform as well as the car looks? As he does a nice flick initiation there, lots of speed going into inner clip 1, hitting out of clip 1, could have been a bit deeper, 87 kilometer an hour initiation, which is very quick. Could have been a bit better in outer 2 there, but manages to collect into 3 and get that outside line a bit cleaner. Coming around into outer 4, just a bit shallow in these zones. The judges would like to see a bit deeper, but gets into 5 very nicely. So he comes around that banked corner and fills that out 6 very nice and across the line.
Yeah, absolutely, Brandon. It's a very good banker run here from Mads. As you can see, fires in through inner clip 1 and outer zone 1, just about collecting outer zone 1 there. Just about getting a wheel in there as he transitions. Very shallow angle compared to some others going into that zone, the Manji section, as he comes through outer zone 2. Again, very shallow. But again, this is another thing. Compared to semi-pro, what we saw this morning, these cars have a lot more grip. They're built to have more grip and more horsepower, more speed. So we can even see that from the initiation. It was 87 kilometers an hour, I think was the speed there. But you can see here, no handbrake at all. Pure grip and angle to slow that car down, to get it around the bank and onto outer zone 6 and across the line. So the grip there, difference, giving these guys a little bit of an easier time getting around to that outer zone 6, whereas this morning we saw the guys with a little bit less grip doing a little bit of kind of trying to stall the car out a little bit just to float the car around into outer zone 6, get the car a little bit slowed down for that. When you have that grip, you can speed up the car, slow down the car a lot easier, as we look at a 77 on the board for Mads Andersen there. Very, very decent score to start off qualifying for Mads, and again, we will see him back for his second run after everybody else has gone.
One thing to mention between semi-pro and pro is a lot more open to what tyre choice they have, whereas in semi-pro they are limited to a specific extreme tyres compound. So they're on more of a control tyre for semi-pro to make it a bit more equal. But we have Matthias in the Hungarian driver in that E46, 700 horsepower behind that bonnet. And now we see him with the lights going green. Lots of pops and bangs as he initiates. Nice flick initiation. Lovely through inner clip 1. Nice through outer clip 1. Nice big snappy transition through that mountain section. Just maybe a bit too shallow into outside zone 2, but collects 3 nicely. Filling out outside zone 4 nicely. Big flick there going into 5. Lovely stuff. Maybe a bit of a bobble there as he comes around into 6, but manages to collect 6 very nicely there and across the line. Not too bad, but definitely a couple of moments where he could have been a bit cleaner. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that.
Absolutely, yeah. But technicality-wise, this was actually fairly good in terms of line. We're looking at a very good line driver here, as you can see, placing the car very, very nicely. And the judges actually have a 4th judge in qualifying who runs the judges' cams, and he gives 10 points for placement of the car, purely on placement of how the driver places the car. So that will be points on the board for him. And you can see he collects that outer zone 4 and into outer zone 5. He did have a bit of a bobble here. I think he noticed he was a little bit wide, just corrected on the steering wheel there, and he gets into outer zone 6. It's still a little bit wide there. The judges are mentioning to us this morning that there is more track after the clipping point, but they do not want to see the drivers going over the line of the clipping point too wide. So that will be a deduction if they pass that line. So maybe a few deductions there. But as we see, Matthias Druskin get a 74 on the board for his first run. Good banker lap to get a score on the board there for him. And we will see the Hungarian driver back for his second run later on.
Indeed, not too shabby at all. Definitely some room for improvement, as could be anything. But we got a Batman insignia on the front of Christian's GT86. Yeah, Erlandson. I was trying to read that as the camera pan round. But yeah, really nice BRZ. Not a GT86. It is a BRZ. It's a Subaru instead. Obviously being the same chassis anyway. But plenty of power behind the bonnet of this car. So we'll have to see what he can do as he does a nice big flick initiation going into inner clip 1. Lovely and deep into outer clip 1. Big angle as he comes around in the mounty section into outer 2, but just missing outer 2. Manages to not collect 3, which obviously his line's not the best, so obviously that's going to be punishing him. But big flick into 5. Lots of speed, lots of commitment. Can he get into 6? Yes, he can. Maybe dropping a tire there and across the line.
Yeah, Christian Erlandson is actually a Drift Masters level driver. We've seen him at Drift Masters quite a few times, and I've even seen him in person in Mondello. He's quite a talented driver, as we can see him powering this CN6 chassis around Słomczyn here. Line wasn't exactly what he was hoping for, I'd say. A little bit wide in some sections, a little bit shallow in other sections, completely missing outer zone 3 there as he powers the car back onto outer zone 4, drops in that little bit. That's what the judges are looking for, so to drop a little bit mid-track. Now, he dropped a little bit too far down there, I think, and then dropping a wheel here across that outer zone 5, but slowing the car nicely down to get to outer zone 6. And again, there is a bank there that you can't really see on the camera, so we will see what Christian comes up with score-wise here, but definitely had the style points there for sure. Lots of smoke in that run and lots of angle, lots of speed, so he will be rewarded for that, and we will see what he comes back with fluidity and line. So wait for the stores to drop in here, and we get a 66 points, and you can see the line there and the angle matching there, but the line is weighted heavier, so style points, definitely getting all the style points there as he drops into 4th position. As we move it back to the line, we will have Michael Hamwi there on the line in the S14. as
Very, very
we
nice car.
wait for him to get the start line marshal to give him all the good for go. Yeah,
That is
800 horsepower in this S14.
That is such an aggressive looking front end on that S14. It's so
It is a
wide.
very,
I
very
love it.
aggressive kid on the front of that S14 as he leaves the line there and starts to do a big Scandinavian flick there, and he just drops 2 wheels, and I believe that will be a 0 on the board for Michael Hamwi. As he does power that car, he'll use this as a bit of practice, hopefully get to feel out where the grip levels are. Who knows, he might even get a score for this. I don't think he will, as I think he did drop 2 wheels there at the start of the course, but tidy enough run for the rest of it there. This big Scandinavian flick, I think, just caught him a little bit off angle or off his game there. You see, he just completely straightens out, drops 2 wheels for sure there, nearly 3. So I believe that will be a 0 from the judges. But yeah, lovely car, super, super aggressive driver as well. I've seen this guy a couple of times in a couple of different championships, and definitely one to watch in this pro championship here in DMP.
You know what? I think that front bumper's. I think there's that much aero on that front bumper. The rest of the car just can't follow it.
Yeah,
it
really, like
massive.
It does remind me of a very bigger version of James Dean's S14 when he had the aero kit
Yeah.
on it. But yeah, a 0 on the board for Michael Hamwi there.
Very happy looking
we
man.
will see him. Very happy looking man, but we will see him hopefully looking a lot happier after his second run. As we go to the line, we have Tim Heidrich here from Germany. This car is unbelievable.
Yeah, I love the graffiti style of delivery, lots of colour, but we'll have to see if it can perform. That is the thing with Tim Heidrich now coming in. Wow, the start of that car, absolutely pushing the engine on that starting straight. Lovely through in one, but just missing out on one. Manages to come back around. He is one of the lower horsepower cars in the pro grid, so he is going to be struggling to get it out to where it needs to be. But gets into out of 3 nicely, but just pulls in too much with too much angle. Oh, but big flick there, trying to go into 5, and unfortunately that will shut his run down as he over angles and just doesn't manage to bring it around together. But really good try for his first run. Unfortunately, just being one of the lower horsepower cars on the grid is not the easiest place to be when you're competing against 1,000 horsepower cars.
Yeah, he's run about 515 horsepower to be exact in that car. Definitely the lowest horsepower car in the grid. I think there's one car that's a similar horsepower to him, which is about 520 odd horsepower. But yeah, this car just looks amazing, doesn't it? It's just lovely, lovely. And Tim is a savage driver. We've seen him for a number of years around the place, but yeah, just not getting it right there, unfortunately. We will see. I'd say that's probably a 0's opposite drift there for Tim Heidrich. So that's 2 0s on the board already, I would say, from the judges. So 2 drivers to do it all on their second run already, and we're not even a quarter of the way through our drivers, not even an eighth of the way through our drivers for today. So yeah, it's confirming that's a 0 for Tim Heidrich. Now, we were meant to have Sandra Januszkote on the line, but she has had engine failure, so she will not be driving this weekend, unfortunately. So she has had engine failure, so we will move on to the next driver, which is Jan Kozny in that BMW E36 there from the Czech Republic.
Once again, being once again, another one of those lower horsepower cars is an E36 GTR. So this is very interesting. Once again, another one of those E36s that has the GTR kit in semi-pro. If any of you were tuned in to the semi-pro stream, we had someone with a full E36 GTR kit on it, and it looked insane. But I do believe this is actually an E36 GTR from my knowledge. So it's a really, really cool car. As the lights go green, you can hear that V8 absolutely tearing it up. as he goes for a nice big flick initiation. Very nice, plenty of speed, but just not enough angle there, but manages to make it work as he comes around into the transition now, coming towards outside zone 2. Plenty of speed, not bad on the line so far, but just a bit shallow on outside zone 3 there. You can hit the supercharger absolutely screaming as he does a nice transition into outside zone 5, but going too deep, maybe just almost dropping there, but manages to bring it back into outside zone 6 and across the line. That car is gripped up.
Yeah, a lot of grip in that car, and as well with the heat on the track at the moment, he's just dropping that wheel on the inside of the track there on the curb. The judges will not be liking that a little bit, but as he transitions through the Manji section here, you can see as he gets into this section, he's on the left foot brake there. Tire smoke only starts to come up a little bit afterwards, misses that outer zone 3, so that car very, very gripped up, and he's just getting at that little bit, maybe just underestimate how much grip is out there. As he transitions back here, you can see as he comes through here, he starts to drift a little bit wide of the course, and he's trying to get that car, powers it in just to collect that clip 6. So judges will be deducting points there for line, I believe, and not exactly what they're looking for, but still had all that commitment in that run there from him. So we will see him back for his second run as we wait for score to drop in.
Could just see Jakub Paszonski just driving through the grid there, just jamming, doing his thing in his GR. Very nice car. Obviously, he's had a full refresh for this new season, especially for Drift Masters. Had a couple of issues in the earlier sections of the season, but Jan gets a 58, which puts him in 5th so far. So that Czech driver's got a lot to work for, but we'll have to see what he does with his second run. Oh, now this is a really, really cool car. So we got Tomas Magyar. Oh god, Magyar. I think that's how you say that. Once again,
Magyar.
We are not the best at pronouncing names, but well, more so me than Kian, but we're trying our best. So please bear with us while we struggle with that. But we do have a very nice car, which is a Mercedes 190E with 850 horsepower behind that bonnet. Very cool car as the lights go green. This thing is a serious machine as he now sets off on the line. Big flick initiation. Lovely there. Gets through inner clip 1. Coming around outside zone 1. Really struggling to get into that deep. Maybe just not enough commitment. Gets into outer 2. Very nice. Keeps it nice and wide for outer 3, doing a nice job so far. Absolutely bellowing smoke out as he comes around outer 4, collecting that perfectly. Nice big decel there into outer 5 as he comes around for 6 and comes across the line. That was not too bad at all for your first run.
Yeah, absolutely. Good banker lap there from this view. Look at that. There's just 190Es are made to be on a drift track. But yeah, definitely coming through outer zone 1 there, a little bit shallow as he comes through the Manji section. Lovely placement of the car there. That's what the judge is looking for. Midway between the cones and the outside of the track. As he drags the handbrake coming into outer zone 2 there and around to outer zone 3, opens the throttle bodies of that 190E. Gets the car planted. You can see the whole right side of that car is lifted and the left side is completely dipped, getting that power down as he transitions back here into the decel zone in 5, drags that handbrake to get it down into the bank, but that drifts him a little bit shallow here, and he just about managed to grab the end of clip 6. So we will see what happens there with the judges. That's the first time we have seen that all morning where a driver is too shallow on clip 6. Usually they're going very wide, but that's a 78 on the board, drops him into 2nd position for Tomas Magyar. As we go back to the line, we should have an E92 of Greg Merilu. And we do indeed. Full Kevlar E92.
What a car. That is stunning. Do you believe that's the HGK Eurofighter kit? I do believe.
I believe so.
And
so,
what can we say?
970 horsepower under the bonnet of this E92 here for Greg. As the lights go green, he leaves the line. And he spins wheels and flicks that car across the track to get that car into inner clip 1, out to outer zone 1. Wow, massive angle and speed here from Greg Merilu as he comes through the big section, dropping wheels out of outer zone 3. As he comes through outer zone 4, transitions that animal of a car down around towards outer zone 6 and across the line. Oh my god, that could be a 0. How can that run be a 0? Oh my God, what an animal of a run that was. Full commitment everywhere. Look at this angle that he pulls through here. Completely nearly 90 degrees. And
It's just a shame.
just here, he just washes that little bit wide. And yeah, that's 2 wheels off. That is 2 wheels off track. So I believe that will be a 0 for him. Such a shame because the rest of the run had such flair and such impact. So we will see what happens if the scores here. But
gutted for him, because that could have been a really, really good run. Just unfortunately letting the car wash too wide. It's part of the game though. That is just how it is. And yes, it will be a 0, unfortunately, for the Estonian driver. But hopefully, second run, he'll dial in that little section and he'll be going hard for a second run as we move back to the line. Who do we have up next, Kian? I do wonder.
Up on the line next is Samuel Mladenov in another E92 from Slovakia. So we will see him take on this Słomczyn track here as we wait for the start by Marshall to give him the go.
What a car, honestly.
Odd horsepower on this car, in this car here, as he leaves the line here through the start line chicane, as he goes to flick that car into inner clip 1 and around into outer zone 1 as well. Lovely placement of the car through the cones there, as he just drops the wheel onto the curb, coming through outer zone 2. Lovely around outer zone 3, grabs that clip very, very nicely, and grabbing 4-2, transitions the car back, massive angle to slow that car down, and around through clip 6 and across the line. Wow, that is the nicest I've seen that last section of the track done so far this weekend. A lot of angle to slow that car down, Brandon.
Definitely a car with a lot of flair, a lot of speed, and obviously the car just looks incredible on track as well. Just here though, touching the curb going before 2. Well, not quite where we wanted to see him, but manages to bring it back around to out of 3 very nicely there, keeping it nice and deep. But as you can just watching that toe strap flapping around on the front, love it. But very nice line there coming through the midsection. Honestly, yeah, it's a really, really good run. As you can see here, look at the angle he's dialing on, all of that lock he can get in that car, but manages to get around 6 beautifully. Lots of speed and fluidity there. It's definitely going to be a decent score.
He will be rewarded heavily for that run, I would think. A lot of commitment. But again, style is split into 2 sections. It's split into fluidity and commitment. They're 15 points each. And I would say he definitely had both of them on deck there. Line 1 or 2 sections were kind of hit or miss. But again, he had a lot of angle too. So angle makes up another 30 points of the qualifying scores. So we will see how well that comes out for him. I believe it will be quite a nice score, which it is an 82 on the board, drops him into second position for Samuel Mladenov. So he will be happy with that, as he will come back for a second run and put on a show for the crowd who are there in person. As we go back to the line, we have Krzysztof Palanka on the line.
Another Rocket Bunny S15. Very popular kit for the S15s in this series, which is one thing I'm noticing. But 800 horsepower Rocket Bunny S15, very nice, very blacked out, is an aggressive looking car. But let's see what he can do with this run as the lights go green. We now send him down the main straight, foot to the floor, nice clutch kick, big initiation there. Oh, but just not being able to get the car where it wanted to be. Maybe caught a bit of understeer as he went through inner clip 1, but manages to get it back together, going through outer 2. But just having to left foot brake heavily there to get it back onto line, as you can see. Just losing a bit of speed as he comes around to now into 5. Lots of angle, manages to keep it going. Lovely stuff there through 6, but just a lot of places where it could have been a lot nicer and cleaner. But I'm thinking just caught a bit of understeer here, as you can see, flicking in. Just the wheels were a bit straight, catching understeer, and it just did not want to get to angle, and he had to really kind of push the car to get it where he wanted to be. And then everything from here was just kind of a catch-up game.
Yeah, having to work that car really hard there to try get it to stay on angle. Looks like it has an awful lot of grip there. It's a very wide car as well. That as soon as you widen the car, you're automatically adding grip to it by widening the track width, but definitely from this section onwards here was fairly mint, I will say myself, as he comes in through perfectly through the outer zone 5, dials on the angle, drops the clutch. You can see the wheels spin up nice and quick there through outer zone 6 and across the line. Lots of angle there to slow the car down. So that's what the judges are looking for through that section. Like I said earlier, they're looking for that high angle to slow the car. They're not really looking for handbrake drags. They're definitely not looking for handbrake drags. They're not looking for the dabs of the handbrake. They're not looking for foot brakes, really. They're looking for that angle to slow the car through that section. There is a bank there that can help with decel as well. So as the score drops in for Krzysztof Polanka, that's a 52 on the board, drops him into 8th position. So bit of work there to do on his second run when he comes back out later on. As we move back to the line, we have Jakub Przygonsky on the line.
The main
this
man
man
himself
has been killing it in Drift Masters. The main man for this championship.
I'm very excited
for this season. GR86, 900 horsepower. This man is gonna put on a show.
Jakub Przygonsky, obviously being the mainstay of DMP, coming in now with his Driftmaster spec GR86, lovely through the first inner clip, coming around to outside turn 2, lovely and fast here as he comes around into out 2 now. Look at the line from Jakub as he comes around, maybe almost dropping the tyre there, but manages to keep it going nice and fluid as he comes around to out 3. Lovely stuff, so should I say out 4, lovely decel there through 5, coming around to 6, and look at the line from Jakub Przygonsky, absolutely on it, Orlan and Red Bull driver, absolutely killing it, and I've got to say, what an honor to be able to watch him and commentate for his runs.
Absolutely. Like, look at this. You can see the level this man is at. He is a Drift Masters driver, very high in the Drift Masters championship at the moment, just dropping a wheel there possibly as he comes around that outer zone 3, as he works that car. Doesn't even have to work it really, just looks so smooth through the entire track. Coming down into this decel was very, very impressive. You can see the front wheels there just ever so slightly move to help dial on a little bit of angle, slow down the car, get it into outer zone 6 and across the line. That was very impressive. I'm thinking we will see a 90 plus run out of that. Hopefully, maybe not with that little bit of a wheel drop, but it'll definitely be quite a high score here from Jakub Przygonsky as we wait for that score to drop in from him. Absolutely delighted to actually be able to commentate on one of his runs. That is unbelievable. As it is an 86, drops him into first position here for Jakub Przygonsky in that beautiful GR86. We will see him back for his second run later on.
I do love the fact that his number's 86 as well. That's really cool.
Yeah,
that's one thing that I noticed.
And another Drift Masters level driver here on the line in a different car to what we're usually seeing in. Michael Reichardt in an E92 BMW running 1,100 horsepower from the Czech Republic. Here he is now as we wait for the lights to go green and get Michael off the line. He spins up them wheels, you hear them screech as he goes to flick that car into initiation, into inner clip 1, lovely through there, catches outer zone 1 as well, lovely placement of the car through the cones, drops a wheel on the outside of the track there coming through outer zone 2, lovely through outer zone 3 and 4 coming up in here now, just possibly dropping half a wheel there as he dials on the angle in the last section of this track, catches the last zone perfectly, and across the line goes Michael Reichardt.
Yes, definitely. Just mentioning it is an E36, not an E92.
That is, yeah, I'm used to seeing him in an E92. Yeah, he's in an E36. E36. We usually see him in an E92. But yeah, a very technical run here from Michael. A few little wheel drops here and there, but very, very fluid, very, very nice. Definitely a driver to watch in this championship for sure. We've been watching him the last couple of years in Drift Masters. I think he's been in this championship a couple of times too. So he is definitely one of the top drivers to be contending for the championship this year. So we wait for that score to drop in for Michael Reichardt.
Definitely a lot of impact in that run. Very nice car as well.
You can see clip 1 there, the inner clip 1, where the paint is actually being dragged. The cars are carrying so much speed through there that it's actually dragging the paint across the track, which is nuts. I've never actually seen that one before. As we get the score in for Michael Royhart, that drops him to 4th position with a 79 on the board for him. So a little bit of work to do in the second run, but hopefully he'll be able to make all of that right in his second run. As we go back to the line, Brendan.
So we do go back, and it looks like we've got Christian Salmir in that 1 Series. Very, very nice looking car. It almost reminds me of a Bumblebee in some form. Very nice livery. Love the colours. 720 horsepower behind the engine. So let's see what he can do with that. Number 96, I think that was, I could see on the side of his car. Yes, it is. Plenty of speed in the first corner. Oh, just getting a bit flirty with the edge. Big flick there going into the Manji section, but that just disrupts his run a lot, unfortunately, which then brings him completely on the inside, which is not where we want to see him as he comes around now into out of 4, bringing it around to 5. There's lots of speed, a lot of grip in this car, but unfortunately, it's just not working out for him as he... I think that initiation just really upset his line. As you can see there, quite shallow angle, has to almost dab the hydro to get it back onto angle to get it through 2 properly. And yeah, it really unsettled the car.
Yeah, the 1 Series here is quite a short car, so when you go to do those big flicks, there's a lot of torque, there's a lot of turning momentum there. So on that transition, as he's coming through the cones, when he's coming back to outer zone 2, there's a lot of rotational momentum there, so definitely just catching him off guard, but he has that grip, he has the power to get him back online and get him to finish out the rest of the runs. Now, he will have to do a lot of work in the second run to get that score up, but we'll wait for that score to drop in. It's unfortunate because the initiation was quite good, just had to dab the foot brake a little bit, and it's a 0 for Christian Salmir. So there we go, the Estonian driver getting a 0 in his first run. So all the work to do in the first, or in the second run even.
I do like it. I really like his driver suit. It's so cool. I like the more funny ones that you see. But we have Valery Shevelov, I think that's how you say it, in that S13, 1,000 horsepower. A lot more of a generic looking S13 compared to the rest of the grid, but that's what I like, a bit of simplicity, but lovely on the initiation, be it deep into out of zone 1, but manages to keep it going nice and smooth. Bit shallow into 2, but nice and wide there into out of zone 3, keeping it nice and quick. Lots of speed on this car as he transitions now into 5. Lots of speed as he comes around. Can he get it nice through 6? Yes, he can, and across the line. Lots of impact in that run, lots of style and flair.
Yeah, absolutely. This 200 SX, I believe it is. Decent initiation there, lovely through inner clip 1, and just maybe dropping a bit of a wheel over inner clip 2 there as he transitions, places his car very nicely between the cones and the outer edge of the track. Flicking back here, just a little bit shallow into that clip there in outer zone 2 as he carries the momentum around. Lovely. This is exactly, well, a little bit of a drop there, but pretty much what the judges are looking for around that section of corner there as he comes into outer zone 4 perfectly. Now, the decel here, you can see the handbrake being dragged there a little bit, but the wheels are spinning again halfway through that zone. So that decel zone ends just at the start of that outer zone 5 there. So the guys are allowed to carry a little bit of decel through there, but the judges do want to see them getting onto power as quick as possible.
Definitely not a bad run, that is for sure. Just got to see what the judges think, because there was a lot of style in that, a lot of style. So, and I know that's what they're looking for as well. They don't want your ball. They want to see a great line driver, but they also want to see a lot of flair behind it as he gets a 79. So not bad for the Ukrainian driver to start with. He's got a lot to work for still, but we're going to have to see. That puts him in 5th so far.
Yeah, we'll move back to the line here. Beautiful E92 there of Lucas. I'm not even going to try pronounce the second name. I cannot try. Animal looking car there. 909 horsepower to be exact. That extra 9 horsepower makes all the difference, Brendan.
It does indeed. I think it's Lucas Sarada that is pronounced, but look at that livery. Absolutely insane. What a car. Hopefully the driving is just as good. Big flick initiation. Perfect through inner one there. Lovely through inner outer one. Maybe could have been a bit deeper, but managed just missing outer two. But managed just to get nice and deep for outer three. This is the point where people are struggling, it seems, to go from outer one to outer two. A lovely transition there going into outer five. Just too deep there going towards outer six, and unfortunately that is going to be a big deduction.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll digest some of this run here. So coming into inner one, very, very nice here. And like you said, a lot of people struggling from outer one to outer two. Placing the car perfectly here. But as he transitions back, dragging that handbrake, it pushes him in a little bit. He has a lot of grip in that car. It's pushing him in a little bit. Had he have just let the car settle a little bit longer, just a little bit less handbrake, might have just floated him out a little bit more there. But again, the last part of this track was where it really went kind of sideways here. Dials on a lot of angle, kind of crab walks the car out very, very wide, and really misses the outer zone there. So I would think the judges will be marking extremely heavily on that for that last part of the zone there. Just it is a very difficult part there with that bank. It is in a bit of a weird spot, so it does tend to catch a lot of drivers, with the rest of the track being relatively flat, not a whole lot of banking on it. But we will see what the judges make of that when the score drops in. As you can see, all our drivers lining up nice and orderly fashions there. Some beautiful cars here in Poland, Słomczyn, and hopefully see even more throughout the rest of the season, because we have wildcards in this, Brandon.
We do indeed. It's going to be very interesting. There are some that are unannounced, so we'll have to keep an eye out on the social medias to make sure that you're up to date. I've just been looking through the live chat on the YouTube stream, and there's a lot of support for the Czechoslovakian drivers and the Swedish. So it's good to see people showing their loves to their national drivers. Some Estonian supporters, as you can see. And yeah, just keep commenting where you're from and get active. Tell us what you're up to. We hope you're enjoying this. Welcome to DMP2025 round one. This is going to be an insane event. So far, it is looking really good. But Lucas getting a 62 on the board. But, you know, he's still smiling. He's got his peace sign up. He's having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we move back to the line, we have Piotr Stansek on the line here. And look at this. This looks unbelievable. I'm outstanding by the level of prettiness in every car here. 725 horsepower in this E82 of the Polish national, as he leaves the line, starts to initiate that car into that first inner clip, lovely into the outer zone one as well. Places the car a little bit wide of where the judges would like to see him in the Monty section, comes out into the big section here, just short of outer zone 3, as he works that car around to outer zone 4. A little bit of a bobble there just after outer zone 4. Dials on the angle there to get to that last zone. Misses our outer zone 6 across the line. Brandon, that is... wow, I don't know what to think of that run, really. There's a lot of fluidity, a lot of consistency throughout that run, but the line could have been a lot better.
I mean, it's one of those. It's the grip levels are constantly getting grippier and grippier, especially with all the rubber that's going onto the track. So as we get through qualifying, especially towards the second half of qualifying, you're going to see a lot more grip developing. As through this section, you could actually see this car three-wheeling. There's that much grip in it, and it is booking like crazy. But as he comes around to outside zone 6, you can see here, this is where the grip really comes in. It just pulls in, the Ford bike takes over. And unfortunately, he's got to really figure out where the grip's needed. Maybe it's just a bit of tire pressure changes going into his second run, hopefully. And one thing I would like to mention is just thank you, everyone, for the love towards our English commentary. Is with obviously for our first time having English commentary in this series. It is a great honor to be able to bring this to you, and we look forward to being a part of this further into the season and developing this story with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And just touching on the grip levels there, and as the score comes in for Piotr Stansek, it's a 67 on the board, dropping him into 9th position. It is currently about 24 degrees there, so, and it is all sunshine. So that track, with the rubber will be baking onto it, causing them grip levels to get grippier and grippier and grippier as we move to a Drift Masters driver, Bartosz Stolarski. This man, we've been watching him for years. He has shaken up some very big names in the European series. Came up in Plosk a couple of years ago against James Dean, I believe. Had a huge battle there as he fires into initiation there, into inner clip 1, outer zone 1, just misses outer zone 1, perfectly places the car between the cones and the outer limits there as he comes around into sector 3, firing that car on huge angle and huge speed around to outer zone 4, transitions the car back into outer zone 5, dials on a little bit of angle, just slow that car down and around across the line he goes. Brandon, what do we make of that?
That was insane. Obviously, just missing out on one here. This just shows the grip level of these pro cars, especially mixed with the power. Like, even if they're extremely high horsepower, it's insane to think of how much grip these have to pull away from these zones like that. It is insane. And obviously, the FMIC EU driver absolutely shredding those tires. Very nice line drive. Unfortunately, just outside zone 1 seemed to be the place where he struggled the most. As you can see here, coming around to outer 6, just manages to get it in there. But that S15 is absolutely dialed in on the grip. He just needs to get it a bit deeper, and I think he'll be golden for his second run.
Yeah, absolutely, running them Vitor tires. A lot of guys starting to run them Vitor tires now. They're becoming quite popular. I know there's a few guys in Ireland running them. The likes of Alan Hines was working with them for a little while. And then there's a few guys, I believe, in the States as well, starting to run them for some of the Pro-Am stuff as well. So we will see how that goes. And I'm seeing a car pull across there that I really like, the Max Power S13. And it's 79 on the board for Bartosz Stolarski. Dropped him into 4th position. Yeah, I'm really excited to see that Max Power S13 there go across this Słomczyn track. I've seen it on Instagram. It is unbelievable.
I saw that car at PG Nardave, the final of Drift Masters last year, where he first unveiled it properly to the public. And yeah, that car is an absolute monster. It's a perfectly built machine. And I can't lie, I will be very sad if I see that get smashed up. But we have Joachim Wagard now in that BMW M4. This is the first M4 that we've seen so far today. 820 horsepower. Very nice looking car as he does a nice flick initiation going into inner zone 1. Perfect through outside zone 1. Nice big flick, but just catches him out there as he goes in towards 2, but has to get back nice and wide for 3. Looking very fast as he touches 4. Big transition. Oh, but going backwards into outer 5, going towards 6. Absolutely insane. What a crazy guy for going for that. I think he's getting caught out by the grip levels there. Kian, what a run. That was something.
Yeah, that was definitely something. Very high speed here. Like, look at the smoke already coming through from the early part of this run as he places that car, swings the back end. It's a very large car here, but because of that transition, he went quite wide between the cones. He came up short on outer zone 2 there, but managed to correct for outer zone 3 and 4. That's the biggest point scoring part of this track. The judges are really scoring high on line and angle there, but here was the biggest reverse entry I think I've seen all weekend, including in practice. Oh my god, I don't know how he managed to hold that, but again, it's down to the grip in these cars. They can literally just put the clutch in, rev it up, dump the clutch, and there you go. It can power that car all the way back into the track, which is nuts to see, but I don't think the judges will like that, unfortunately. I think they will probably mark him down in that section. Don't think that's really what they're looking for. They were saying they wanted to see angle, but I don't know that they want to see that much angle.
Yeah, I think that's a bit overkill.
Taking, I want to see angle to slow the car a little bit too literally there, I think.
He was like, you know what? You want angle? Watch this. Maybe just
it's
a little
64
bit
on the board for Joachim Wagard there. dropping him into 12th position. Line was very good there from Joachim, but we will see him back for his second run, probably to put on another show again, judging by that style of driving. As who do we have on the line here, Brendan?
We have Lucas Wilczek from the looks of this in that E46. Once again, another HGK kit, E46, very nice car. Yeah, so Lucas Wilczek, another Polish national driver. This is an M3 E46 as well, which is really cool. So lovely to see the higher spec versions of these models. A bit more value involved with them, but we'll have to see how it performs with the big flick initiation. Just maybe missing out on inner one. Oh, but just over rotating, going into outer zone one. And unfortunately, that is a 0 for Lucas, and he just does a little burnout there to let some steam off.
I have just noticed as well why he probably over-rotated. He entered the fastest that any of our drivers have entered today. 90 kilometers an hour he entered that corner at.
That was
unbelievable.
Woo, that was something. Unfortunately, just getting caught out there by the speed and the angle. Unfortunately, in drifting, it is a balancing act, and you've got to be very careful on how you balance that car. As you can see here, big flick. A lot of weight transfer, but just comes out shallow, and he has to try and get that car. Maybe he saw he was going to be aiming too deep, tried to angle it up more to try and float it out a bit more consistently, and unfortunately that just caught him out. That will be a 0.
0 on the board there for Lucas Wilczek, the Polish national, so we can see what he can do on his second run when he comes back around, when we work our way through the rest of our grid here. As we go back to the line.
This is a really nice car.
Yeah. So we have I actually cannot see his name there. Krzysztof Zozwiak there on the line, as the marshal gives him the go-ahead to look at the lights as he gets the green light. Powers that BMW M2 off the line. 650 horsepower, unleashes all of them coming up that line as he powers through outer zone 1, places the car lovely between the cones and the outer edge of the track there, just about comes short of outer zone 2 and outer zone 3. Very shallow here is the driver of this M2 as he comes around again through outer zone 5 and through 6 and across the line. Yeah, that's not what the judges are looking for, Brandon, I don't think.
Definitely. It looked like a handbrake initiation there, which it definitely works, but unfortunately through this section here, as you can see, it's just transitioning a bit too quickly. You got to let the car sit a bit wider for longer and let it transition longer through that bungee section to be able to float out to 2 properly. And unfortunately,
yeah, I noticed he didn't actually handbrake there either, so maybe that might have dragged him a little bit further out. He literally just put the clutch in there and let the car do its thing, but
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
just a couple of mistakes that, unfortunately, in split-second decisions, it can change the course of your run. And unfortunately, it's not gonna be a good first score. I'll be brutally honest, but obviously in drifting, it's competition drifting to be specific. You get 2 runs, non-consecutive, so you get a second chance at getting into the main show. And you can see the paddock there looking incredible.
Some of these cars are new builds, and that they've been, or not even new builds, they've been cars that they ran last season, but they've had a full rebuild beforehand, and that is a 70-point run on the board there for Krzysztof Zozwiak. On the board, drops him into 10th position. But yeah, these cars can be just completely stripped down to bare shell over the off-season and fitted and rebuilt. So you can have teething issues with these cars. As we have Kevin Vrobel sitting on the car there. Vrubel sitting on the car, on the line, sorry. 800 horsepower E36. Unbelievable looking car here.
It's tidy. It's very tidy. Kevin having probably one of the cleanest looking E36s that I've seen so far in this championship. But we'll have to see how it performs as he flicks nice into inner one there. Perfect through 2. looking very nice and consistent. Maybe could have been a bit cleaner in outer zone 1, but very shallow into 2, but manages to get it back into 3 nicely, keeping it nice and wide. Directly on the line he wants to be, perfect through 4, big nice transition through into 5, fills that out, lovely coming through to 6, lovely through 6 as well, and across the line. Not a bad run, just definitely a couple of places where there could be improvements, so we'll have to see what the judges think of that. But look at that livery, very Jap style. I'm all for that.
Yeah, absolutely, very Adam LZ-esque, I would say, with that E36 styling there, with the kit and everything. As you can see here, as he comes through very early on the power, drops him a little bit shallow coming out of outer zone 2 there, and carries that car momentum. Look at the smoke piling out of the back of that car. Absolutely, a little bit of left foot brake just to settle the car into outer zone 4 there. As you can see, some of the tires shedding there coming across the track as he drops wheels there just a little bit outside of the clip, coming around outer zone 5 and across into outer zone 6 as well. He drops wheels, so we'll see what the judges come up with here points wise, but tidy enough run, quite fluid, very consistent. So as we see, an 84 points dropping in there, position 3 for Kevin Vrubel there on the board. We will see how he gets on with the rest of qualifying when he comes back around later on.
Definitely very, very nice. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Wow.
Full carbon Kevlar. What? That is crazy. I love that. That is so cool. It's been a while since I've seen a naked carbon Kevlar S13 hatch besides Laurie Heinlein. So that's really cool. But Zsolt Homan, I think that's how you say it, the Hungarian driver, with 613 horsepower, sounding very aggressive though, as he fires it down the main straight. Nice flick initiation there, gets it onto angle, going through inner clip 1, lovely through outer clip 1 as he comes around into the mounting section, coming nice and floating it wide. Could have been a bit better there through outer zone 2, but manages to get into 3 decently nice as he comes around now into 4, just dropping onto the curb there, so maybe a deduction. A big flick transition into 5 and sets up for 6 perfectly there and across the line. Wow, very first good run there.
Yeah, lovely from Zsolt Homan here. As you can see, that beautiful S13 hatch there coming through inner clip 1 and outer zone 1 there. Perfectly sets the car here nicely between the cones and the outer edge of the track. Now, there is a bit here that I'd like to point out coming around this corner. If you look at his front wheels, as he's steering there, he's trying to settle the car, but it looks like he's trying to fight it a little bit coming through here, and you can see where he drops the wheels there on outer zone 4. He is doing a lot of steering input. Now that could be down to driving style, or it could be the car fighting him a little bit. I'm not too sure. You'd have to ask Zsolt himself, but we will see what happens with that. Judges can see that a little bit and mark down on fluidity sometimes, and obviously not, because they've given him an 86, drops him into 3rd position here, and the style was only 4 points off a perfect style score. So fluidity coming into it there, obviously looking very, very well for Zsolt Homan.
Very, very good first run there, and look at this, another very stylish looking S14. And look at that, some of these cars on the inside are absolutely insane. As you can see, a very nice looking livery on that car, but you've got Lucas oh god, I am so sorry. Tashemski. I apologize. 750 horsepower. Let's see what he can do in this S14. Very nice flick initiation there. Nice through inner 1, nice through outer 1. Big flick there through the middle section. Can he float out outer 2 nicely? Yes, he can. He's going to have to do a little bit of left foot braking to keep it into 3, but lovely stuff there. Nice line so far. Lots of flair. Like big transition into 5, looking very nice as he comes around into 6. Perfect through 6 and across the line.
Yeah, very tidy run there from Lukasz Tashemski there, as he see here perfectly through outer zone 1 and placing the car like I said earlier on. There is a 4th judge this season, and that 4th judge will give 10 points for placement, purely on placement of the car, for transitions and where the car will land So that's obviously another factor that these drivers have to be thinking about in qualifying. But you can see the rest of the run here, very tidy from Lukáš, and just bringing that car perfectly on the white line there, painting that white line black with his tires on outer zone 6. So we will wait for the score to drop in for Lukáš.
Definitely, what an incredible looking car, and what a great first run, to be fair. That was very safe, but at the same time had a lot of start, and a 93 on the board going into first place. So clearly we don't know nothing, because that was crazy. The judges loved that run, so that is what they're looking for. So currently the highest qualifier of the session, so it's going to be very hard to beat that, I'd say.
So we have David Callas talking here.
Just unfortunately, I don't think we can hear them. Hopefully we can get an explanation. Either way, what a crazy run. That is setting the standard for this qualifying session. And that is what we like to see. So kudos to him as we get ready to send our next driver. Look at that, the weather is immaculate in Poland, and we have this beautiful GT86 in that candy red, which is Matthias. Oh god, these names.
Mateusz Fiał.
Yeah, that's it. Honestly, I see the little things, like the little changes in the letters, and it really confuses me. We have Mateusz Fiał in that gorgeous GT86, probably my favourite looking one so far, as he sets off the line, really aggressive so far, going straight line, big clutch kick initiation, maybe a dab of the handbrake, just missing outside zone 1, unfortunately. Lots of speed though, and missing 2 and 3. Unfortunately, this is just not looking the best for the line. Maybe the car's a bit too gripped up, but manages to get into outside zone 4. Big transition into 5, a bit too shallow there. Well, can he get into 6 properly? Yes, he can, and across the line. Lots of speed, lots of style, just not the right line.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit of a weird initiation there, that straight line. Slightly different to what other guys have been going for, and you can see that there with the missing that outer zone 1. Lots of speed, lots of smoke. Missing outer zone 2 there too. A lot of guys struggling with that as he works around here. Misses outer zone 3. The line score on this will be slightly lower, but it definitely does have that the angle and style of a good run. Just a little bit of tidying up to do for Fiał here, so we will see him come around here. It's just like outer zone 6 there is nice on the line too, so just a few little tidy up bits. He'll go back into the pits, have a look at that run, settle himself, see where he went wrong, what he has to do, and he'll get himself right for his second run later on in the grid. As we wait for that drop in for our scores here, he comes up with a 66-point run, drops into 16th position for Mateusz Fiał from Poland. You see there the line score very low, but the rest kind of looking okay. So we move back to the line. We have Mikołaj Zakrzyński. Again,
Mikołaj,
terrible.
is that how you say it? Mikołaj.
Mikołaj, yep. Mikołaj Zakrzyński.
Okay, Mikołaj. Okay, right. So yeah, in this, I don't think that is a Toyota. That looks like an S15, but either way, that Nissan S15 looking very nice. Lovely kit on that, lovely set of wheels, but here we go as he fires down the main straight. Nice flick initiation there, coming in towards inner 1, looking very nice. Perfect through outer 1, big flick, big transition in the middle section as he comes around into outer 2, maybe a bit too shallow there, but comes around into outer 3. Lovely wide line there, 84 kilometer an hour entry, as you can see on the screen. Lovely into outside zone 4, big transition into 5, lovely bit of commitment and speed into 6 and across the line. What a run from Mikołaj there.
Yeah, lovely run here in that beautiful, beautiful S15. As he fires through inner clip 1 here, you can see working that perfectly, painting the white line black with his tyres there in outer zone 1, transitions back to a little bit wide, so that will place him a little bit shallow coming into that clip there as he works his way around the lovely white outer line here. Does do a very, very tidy job around that outer section, drops that car a little bit mid-track and then works it back out for outer zone 4 like the judges have been specifying. Can't even see outer zone 4 on the track anymore, there's so much rubber laid down there as he transitions back. Maybe drops 1 or 2 wheels there on the outside of outer zone 5 and across the line to outer zone 6. So we will wait for his score to drop in, but I think that was fairly tidy. I will say that will definitely be a good enough run to get him into the show.
I would say so as well. That was a lot of commitment, lots of style. Very, very good example of the first run. As you can see here, the score is an 84, putting him in 6th place. Not too shabby to you, Mikolaj. Good stuff as we have our next driver on the line, and it is no other than Marek himself in that gorgeous Max Racing S13. Oh, I love this car to bits. It is my favorite car on the grid. I've seen this thing in person. It is stunning. It is a perfect example of what a drift car should look like. Pure style, and I love the monochromatic colors on it. It is perfect as he goes on to the initiation. Nice flick initiation. Lots of speed, lots of commitment. Lovely into outer 1. Big flick there. Coming around now to float 2. Can he make it float? Oh, just missing outer 2. Can he get into 3? Just touching it. Has to really recover this run. 95 km/h entry. This is the fastest we've seen so far. But looking very nice as he comes through outer zone 5. But has to kind of bobble and wave us there going into outer 6. So maybe just all of that speed was catching him off guard there.
Yeah, absolutely. When these photos of this car was released, I thought the whole thing was in black and white, but it actually wasn't. That was just the colour of the car. But as you can see, 95 km/h, fastest we've seen coming through that initiation. But obviously a few bits here in the run really making the line just kind of come down a little bit. So just about touching outer zone 3, missing outer zone 2 a little bit. But the rest of this run was fairly solid up until outer zone 6 here, where he comes through outer zone 5, lets the car kind of bobble, do his thing, float a little bit. But when he comes back on power, there's so much grip in the car, it just forces him in shallow. So judges will mark him down on that, will deduct him on that, but like, you cannot ignore that entry of 95 km/h. Is unbelievable. It's a 70-point run there for Marek Vartalovic, dropping him into 15th position there. So a little bit of work to do in a second run, but I'm sure he will be well able to sort that out for his second run. As we move back to the line, we have Artur Havilenko here from Ukraine in a CN6 chassis, whether that's a PRZ or if it's a GT86, which it is. 930 horsepower in the engine bay of this car, ready to send it down this Słomczyn track as he leads the line through the start line chicane, flicks the car left, right, and then back into inner clip 1, perfectly through outer zone 2, placed the car lovely into the Manji section and just drops wheels there, coming before outer zone 2 as he works his way around sector 3 of the track into outer zone 4, flicks the car back now to decel this car down into outer zone 6, works it, and across the line goes Artur Havilenko. Few little mishaps there in that run, but very good, promising for his second. Definitely seeing different grip levels out there at the moment, Brandon, I think.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a lot of speed, a lot of style, a lot of commitment. But once again, just here, maybe a bit too shallow on the angle coming through there, and it aimed the car towards the curb. Luckily, he's just managing to have enough grip to pull him back in and to get towards outer 3. But that will be a big deduction, I do think, because dirt drops like that will be very dangerous, especially if you've got a car chasing you. Because you've got to remember, these qualifying lines they're not just basing it off of what you're doing, they're also basing it off of how a chase car can follow. So it's all about, this is why they're so heavy on fluidity and style, because in the end, that is a key part of how the chase can do their job as well. So if you're not fluid, it's not going to allow the chase driver to be able to do their job properly, which then makes it a very hard battle between the both of you.
Yeah, as we get the score in, 65 points for Artur Havilenko here. That drops him into 19th position. And he has a little bit of work to do there on his second run. Overall, of course, of angle, style, and line, a few bits to work on in each section there. So we are waiting for our next.
Just got our staff members talking to us in the background. I think we're having just a little break while we get our next set of drivers gridded up. As you can see there, a view of the paddock. Lovely looking grid. The paddock, I am so jealous that I couldn't be there in that paddock right now. I would love to walk around, see all the drivers and see all their pit setups, because that is one of my favorite parts about being at a drift event, is looking at the pit setups. I have a weird obsession for it. I was at Drift League in the UK the other day, and there's a guy called Ben who competes in that, and he's got a gorgeous pit setup. And I think that is one of the parts that makes you, that if you're in pro, you must have a nice pit setup to go alongside everything else, because in the end it's about your brand imaging, it's about how you put yourself out. It is really important as a driver to be able to look the best that you can while also being the best, and I think that's two key parts that go toe and toe together. As you can see, you've got a couple of big rigs there. You can see Jakub Paszonski's truck just there, which I think is insane. The Red Bull drivers seem to have the bougiest of setups, and that Arctic is insane. I love that setup. You can see the little car show we've got going on there, some displays from our sponsors as well. It is a great time there. So if you ever get the chance to go and visit one of these rounds, make sure to go onto the website of DMP and get audio tickets and head over and go and watch it in live. Go see it in person, because there's not just the drifting, you've also got other bits like the car shows and other attractions as well. So a massive thank you to everyone involved making this happen for both the drifting side and the spectating side, as it is a great time. As you can see there, look at that Integra just sat there. You've got some, I think there's a Laurel sat there as well. You've got some really cool cars in display.
Yeah, I think just hearing now that we are taking a short little break in action just so we can paint track lines back down. Drivers are struggling to see the lines on the track for each clipping zone, so we'll take a little drone tour around the pit lane here, have a little bit of a look around as we see some motorbikes there, some Honda motorbikes around.
Is that an AMG GTR? Yeah, it is. It's an AMG GTR.
It is.
Yeah, that's really cool. You got the pit of the craziest S15 I've ever seen, with the dual turbochargers coming out of the bonnet. That thing is crazy. Yeah, this is a really, really cool paddock setup, especially for the first round. Like, it's real, everyone's just really dialed in and got their stuff together. And like I said, I would kill to just be able to walk around those pits and have a look. As you can see there, you've got the Red Bull entry gate there. One of our amazing partners for this season, doing a lot for us, as well as Motul as well. As you can see for our start line gate, it is absolutely insane what's been going on behind the scenes to make the season happen. And without all of the sponsors, the staff, this wouldn't be possible. So a massive thank you to everyone that's been involved in making this happen. And as you can see there, the drivers putting everything on their line, their cars, their finances, and it's going to be a great season. If just basing it off of what we're seeing so far, it is going to be crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Like we've seen already in qualifying, we've seen some absolutely animal runs. As you can see, that track getting repainted there. As up top, we have our main title sponsors popping up there. Thank you so much for supporting us in this lovely setup that we have here going for this championship. As we see cars starting to line up there again and warm some tires, we should start to see cars back on track. Like we said earlier, I'm Keane Reedy. me and Brandon Carter here are in the English stream commentary booth this season for the first time, having an English stream for the Polish Drift Championship DMP. So we're enjoying it so far. I'm definitely enjoying it so far. Are you, Brandon?
Yeah, it's been an absolutely wild ride so far, and we're only in qualifying. Oh, just get a bit... Mate, you're meant to be on the tarmac, not the dirt. You're only warming tyres up. But no, yeah, it's been an absolute blast so far. Obviously, we're still only in qualifying, so the fact that it's this action-packed, it's full of good vibes. I'm loving it, and I'm very excited to see what happens in battles, as we have some massive names, some heavy hitters, crazy cars, and even semi-pro, I feel is going to be insane. So make sure to tune in tomorrow for both semi-pro and pro top 16 and top 32 battles. Is going to be insane. And another thing, another set of people I really want to thank is all of you, the viewers, who are both turning up at the track and on here onto the streams to support the series and support drifting. It's been an insane start to the season so far, so thank you all for coming around, and we hope you're enjoying the show, as we have Jacek at the line now, number 58 in that E92 with the Hot Wheels style logo on the front, as we send him now down the line, as the lines have been repainted. We send him down, firing down the main straight. Lovely bit of speed there, nice, but just missing out zone 1. Bit too early on the transition as well. Has to do a big handbrake drag going into out 2, so that does shallow him up, but manages just to get to touch the 3. Nice into 4, just could have been a bit deeper as he comes around to 5. This is a very scrappy run so far. Obviously first qualifying run, but just almost shuts it down there coming across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming down into outer zone 1 here, you can just see he had a little bit of a bobble with the curb there, just unsettled the car ever so slightly. Had to transition back a little bit early, really close to that cone, and then that forced him a little bit early into that outer line there, just having to just about grab that outer zone 2 as he works his way around, misses outer zone 3. Really having to work that car. There's a lot of grip down there now at the moment. We can see the clips now again and really see where they are as he transitions back into the D-cell here. Oh, we have lost our visuals on it, but yeah, like we'll see what the judges make of it. There's obviously a lot of little bits there that he needs to clean up for his second run. But when we move back to the line here, we have Karolina Pilarczyk on the line. She has been around for many, many, many years, driving this lovely pink car. And
I've got to say, I like it.
As we get the score, we get 49 on the board for Jacek Olnik. I struggle with that one. Even my Polish translator, who's helped me with these names the last couple of days, has told me I've struggled with that one. Here's Karolina, blowing kisses, giving some love hearts. Gonna go send this absolute monster S15 down this
it is so
track.
Cool. I love the colour scheme. Especially, it's pretty sure one of our main sponsors is T-Mobile as well, which is really, really interesting because you don't really see phone companies involved in drifting often. So Karolina definitely bringing some new companies into the drifting world, which is really, really cool. But as you can see, that S15 is absolutely flying down the main straight, lots of speed. Nice initiation into inner clip 1, out of clip 1, not too shabby, could have been a bit deeper. It's one of the slower initiations, as you can see, 79 kilometers an hour. Just a bit too deep there going into 3, kind of struggling to get the car where it needs to be, but manages to fulfill out of 4 perfectly, but shuts down. And unfortunately, that will be a 0 for that. Unfortunately, Karolina just, I don't know what happened there, unless the car got too much grip or she had a power issue. Might have been a power cut off, we don't know, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I heard a lot of backfire there from the car when she straightened, so it could have been a power delivery issue, maybe.
Or it could have been a misshift.
Just falling out of boost. Could have been a misshift. But yeah, just here as well, like, definitely came, I think that's 2 wheels off, so that would have been a 0 anyway, so we'll have to see. Well, it's a 0 now anyway, because she did do a full straighten there, so judges will give that score in.
I do believe that could have been a transmission error. It could have been the gearbox. Potentially, I do think that would have been a misshift. Obviously, I'm not I don't know exactly what happened. That's just my guess. But it did look like she potentially misshifted or grabbed the wrong handle going into that section, which is very unfortunate. But
Something
hopefully,
definitely wrong. A lot of backfire there. I'm not sure. Did you hear that, Brendan, or was that my imagination?
yeah, that's what makes me think it was a misshift and went into neutral by accident, and then it's just been flat on throttle. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if we can find out about what happened there. But as we'll have to move on to the next driver. As you can see, Carolina getting that 0, unfortunately there, but hopefully she can come into her next run and put down a full run. As you can see, we have another E92 there. Very, very nice looking car, Tobias. In that crazy looking E92, there's a lot going on with that livery, I've got to say. As we wait for our start line marshal to send him. As the lights go red, he prepares to launch. As you can hear the gearing slapping in. You can actually hear the sequential box actually going into gear, which is really cool. As he now sends it down the main straight. Big flick initiation going into inner clip 1. Lovely, maybe a bit too deep into outer 1. A nice flick into outer 2. Maybe it's just a bit shallow there once again. It gets outer 3 nice and deep there. As he comes around now to outer 4, fulfills that lovely big transition now into outer 5. Lovely stuff, keeping that line nice and wide. Bit of left foot brake there, but unfortunately that does shallow the angle on the car, and unfortunately does just miss out on outer 6 potentially. But we'll have to see what the drone can see here, Kian.
Yeah, absolutely. So tidying up between inner clip 1 and outer zone 1. Transitions back here just about, I don't know if he even clipped that, to be honest. Tobias Pushan here, a driver who has been around for quite a while. We've seen him do wildcards and drift masters and stuff as well. As he works his way around here to outer zone 4, gets that, collects it nicely, transitions back and is on the handbrake for quite a while there, and you can see the front wheels doing a lot of corrections there, and he just gets too much grip, and that sends him forward and just off clip 6 there. So clip 7 rather, that was zone 6. So we'll see what the judges make of that, but I think we'll be down on line here. Yeah, we're 10 points down on line, so 76-point run drops him into 13th position for Tobias Pushan, that Polish national. So bit of work to do. He'll go home well, not go home, he'll go into his pit, have a look at the video, see what went wrong, and try get that fixed for his next run. As we move it back to the line, we have the 1 Series BMW of Bartosz Pleka there, 770 horsepower in this car. Unbelievable looking car, sounds rowdy too, as he flicks that car heavy into the initiation and just runs wide in outer zone 1. Flicks that car back. That car looks like it's a handful at the moment, as he misses outer zone 2 as well, and 3. Works that car back around the big corner, second 3, out to outer zone 4, down into outer zone 5, drags that handbrake, gets that car nice and settled for outer zone 6, and across the line he goes. Scrappy, but still promising for a second run. He knows where the grip is now, and he knows where he can go wrong and where he needs to tidy up. Just here. Oh, was that 2 wheels?
I think it was.
I'm not sure, Brandon.
One thing to mention is it was 100 km/h entry. He was going hard into there, so it kind of makes a lot of sense on how he managed to drop on outer 1. And as you can see, if you go any deeper than outer 1 needs to be, there is a lot of area where it is not prepped for drifting, so it's going to be very slippy, and it caught him out quite a bit there. So it does punish you if you go too deep. And unfortunately,
I do think that's probably why the judges are marking so heavy on that sector 3 there, outer zone 2 to outer zone 4, because if you mess up that first sector, it completely destroys that entire section of track. So if the judges are putting points heavy there, it kind of forces you to put work in for the rest of the first section of that track. As we go back to the line, a very interesting car, an Opel GT of Dominic Coeur on the line.
This thing is so cool.
I've seen this once in person, and I think it is the coolest car I've ever seen.
It is definitely, but listen to that engine. It is absolutely screaming as he flicks it in nice and fast there into inner clip one. Nice. Oh, just a bit too deep into outer clip one, but manages to get it around. Lots of speed. It looks very lightweight in the way it's moving around, very nimble. Gets into outer three very nicely there, coming around into outer four. Maybe a bit too deep once again, but he's going to try and push that car around the track as much as he can into outer six. Very nice for outer six and across the line. That thing is looking very nimble, Kian.
It is indeed. Now, this is another thing that we have to look at. So if you look at where the rear wheel is in that car, it is rear wheel, then bumper. There's not a whole lot of room behind Dominic there that he can, like, you know, back it in any further. So where he is sitting is pretty much, he's got maybe 2 foot behind him. That's where he needs to be. So it's quite easy for him to see where he needs to be. But again, this car being completely different to any other of the cars on the grid, like an S chassis or a BMW, it's a different shape, it's very low, it's a completely different geometry to anything else we have on track. So he's having to figure all that out as well. He can't really take, you know, any kind of advice off anybody in terms of where he needs to push or anything like that, because it's such a different setup. The closest thing he could take is probably Konski in that GR86. There's really not a whole lot of room behind that rear wheel either, so it is something that he has to take into account. But it's an 84-point run for Dominic Kerr in that Opel GT. 7th position is where he lands for the moment, so I think he'll be happy with that. That should put him in the show.
For sure, for sure. But look at this. Very aggressive looking BMW here, piloted by an absolute monster of a driver as well, Martin Nijman. I hope I said that name correct as always.
Martin Nijman.
That's the one. Me being British, I'm all for that pronunciation of names that aren't basic. But here we go, going into the initiation. Bit of a waver there as he comes around into outer two, but manages to get a nice transition there. Lovely into outer two there. Perfect as he comes around outer three. Looking very good so far. 80 kilometers an hour entry. Lovely into 5. Perfect line there coming through, and he gets around into 6. Perfect there and across the line. So just that initiation, getting a bit hesitant. A little bobble here, as you can see. Just a little bit of a waver there, but manages to bring it back and actually puts on a very nice run.
Yeah, absolutely. Like 80 kilometers an hour is one of the slower ones we've seen in the pro class, but again, just a bit of a hesitation there. The judges are specifying in briefing they do not want to see a hesitation. They do not want to see any kind of late initiation, which is kind of what I would class that as. But the rest of the run, they're very, very tidy throughout. So fluidity definitely there, style's definitely there. So we'll see what the judges come out with. Another thing that kind of goes hand in hand with style and all this is speed. So obviously you're not trying to run away from your opponent in a lead run, but a speed is an important factor to how quickly you're entering in there. So that's an 85-point run. We don't know what we're talking about, Brandon. That puts him in 5th position right there. Obviously, the initiation wasn't a big factor for the judges there in that run. The rest of the run doing all the work for him. As we move back to the Ryan, to Czech Republic driver of, I'm not even going to attempt that, so we're going to call him Zedjek, I think it is.
Do you want me to embarrass myself? I'll embarrass myself for this one.
Yeah, you can embarrass yourself with the names. I've got the Polish ones. I don't have the rest.
That's the problem. That is, do you know what? People.
I'll work on that.
I'll work on that. Zednek. I'm gonna say Zednek.
Yeah, we're going with Zednek.
Yeah, we got Zednek in this E36. It looks like an E46 rear. Is that an E40? Oh no, it's an E46.
Full E46.
I thought it was an E36 for some reason. The dark front end kind of really put the body lines in a weird way. But as you can see here, this run is looking a little bit scrappy at the start, but he's bringing it together now nicely into outer zone 5. Looking very good on the line here as he comes through 6. Bit of a wheel drop there going no through outer zone 6. And just maybe struggling to get the car where it needs to be on the initiation there. Looking good, but kind of struggling to bring it around. But a lot of Czech supporters in the chat, so I do apologize if I'm not getting these names correct. It is very, very hard to pronounce some of these names, so we do appreciate you all trying to help us with that. But as you can see, just this line very good here through this midsection, but unfortunately just washing wide in some places and being a bit shallow in others. So we'll have to see what he gets as a score.
Yeah, absolutely. Tidy run, in fairness. Just a little bit at the start of the run that kind of maybe threw him a little bit, but recovered very, very well. So we'll see what the judges make of this one and how they land them in. So 77 points puts him into 14th position for Zajnek. That Czech Republic driver will be happy with that to a certain extent. He can go back and take some positives and negatives there for his second run. Now, another Fiao on the line, Alexandra Fiao in this 200 SX S13 here. 750 horsepower in this car. Number 27, the Polish national, light go green. She leaves the line. Another woman driver on the grid, which is lovely to see as she initiates into the first corner, gets the first two clips very nice and early, places the car perfectly in the transition point, just about misses outer zone 2 as she works her car up into outer zone 3, around into outer zone 4. Very fast run here from Alexandra Fiao as she decells that car around the bank into outer zone 6, and across the line goes Alexandra Fiao.
What a run for her first run, once again representing the female community in drifting, and it is great to see more and more females coming into the sport, showing that it is not a men's dominated world. This is where everyone can come in and shred, and she is doing a great job. Obviously just kind of struggling to get into altitude, but that seems to be a very, very difficult point of this track, is getting that margin section right and then floating your car into outer 2 properly. But manages to recover the run very nicely here. As you can see, she fills out outside zone 4 very nicely and transitions and gets out of 5, maybe exiting a little bit too early, which pulls her shallow coming in towards 6 and just manages to touch it at the end. But this is, once again, it's a precision-based track, and is not going to be the easiest, but a 78 on the board, putting her in 13th position, so a very good place to be to start with for her first run. So all she has to do now is slightly improve, and she's going to be sat in a very comfortable spot moving in towards the latter half of this qualifying session.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fiao family there putting on a show in the first half of qualifying. Her brother obviously going earlier on. I think that's her brother. Earlier on in the running of qualifying. So we will move it back to the line. We have Peter Utasi on the line here. It says Nissan S13. That's the weirdest Nissan S13 I've ever seen in my life. But to me, that looks like an F22 BMW as he swings the back end of that car across the track and into the first corner, through outer zone 1 perfectly, a little bit wide in the transition point, bringing him in nice and early into that outer zone 2, firing that car, missing outer zone 3, 91 kilometers an hour he went through that corner, and transitions back, decels the car around the bank here into outer zone 6, a little bit wide as he drops the clutch and brings the car back in to across the line. Wow, what a run there, Brandon.
That was definitely yeah, that had a lot of flair, obviously filling out outer zone 1 perfectly there, but just flirting with the outside lines of the track. But obviously too much angle coming into outer 2, and that is where it kind of started to struggle a bit more, and obviously just maybe missing outer 3. But what a committed run here as he comes around into 4, maybe a bit too deep there. This car is very gripped up and it's got a lot of speed, and it's got, once again, the more angle you put on, it's in a car like this, wherever you point it, the more angle you have, the more likely it's going to point in shallow. So you have to use the left foot brake to kind of pull it onto the outside line. But obviously it's his first run, so he's got a lot to work with still.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with these BMWs, they have even just engineered from factory, they have a lot of anti-squat, anti-dive engineered into him, as he gets his 77-point score there, drops him into 15th position for Peter Utasi there. But yeah, a lot of these new age BMWs have anti-squat and anti-dive in them already with their suspension setup, so that already gives you a lot of cover already for the grip levels, even if you're working with not a lot of grip levels.
Right, so now we have Kamil Horeki in that E82 Very nice car there as he comes around. A big, nice initiation. Maybe he's just missing inner one, but manages to get to outer one perfectly. Coming around it now into two. Through the Magi. Perfect through there. Getting a very nice outside line. Filling out outer zone 3. Looking very tidy so far. Nice and fluid. Lots of speed. Maybe could have been a bit better into 4, but comes around into 5 and gets a nice decel coming around into 6. Perfect through 6 and across the line. Not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very tidy run there. As you see here, I just want to look at something. Did I spot an initiation? Yeah, just slightly late. And he just about misses inner clip 1 there. So tidy through outer zone 1, transitions that car. Very nice placement there through that center section as he transitions back. Slight hesitation there. You can see he was on the foot brake there a little bit, coming around that outer zone as he works the car around through outer zone 3. Could have been a tiny bit deeper. We won't complain. But as he drops that car kind of mid-track and it back out again to that outer zone 4, transitions the car back now as he works his way in. I wonder, can I see the wheel? I can't really. I think he kind of let the car float there, and yeah, he jumped on the foot brake there, so he probably let that car float a little bit just on the clutch, just to see where it would sit, and it worked out quite well for him coming around that last section of track. So an 84-point run drops him into 8th position there for the Polish national of Kamil Horecki, and he will be happy with that. Now, Brandon, we were talking about this car just last night. Pavel Husek. This thing is cool.
Full
Nissan
carbon
350Z. Full carbon 350Z, 800 horsepower. This thing is sick. So he leaves the line, goes to flick that 350Z into the first corner. Lovely through inner clip 1. A little bit wide through inner clip 3. Oh no! And he's over-rotated and he is in the kitty litter. So getting it wrong, and he has beached himself. He is in there. So we will have to get a recovery team out to him to get him out of there. Wow, that was looking like it was going to be a super aggressive run. Look at this flick. Bang, bang, right on angle. Lovely entry. And that perfect through that, just a little bit wide there. I wonder, was there rubber marbles or something that up 6 months later you're still finding sand in your shoes? So yeah, like it's one of those things where this track is one of those tracks where you really have to get that first part right, because like I said earlier, that second part is worth a lot of points, but that transition point there's no clipping point in between those cones and that outer edge of the track. So you really do have to place your car perfectly center of those. And we have an interview here.
Na rozpoczęciu sezonu 25 Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski.
Jak można się tu czuć? Jest przepiękna pogoda, fantastyczni zawodnicy, fantastyczni ludzie, obsługa, zawody. No to widzicie, uśmiech na mojej twarzy jest przeogromny, nie schodzi, czuję się fantastycznie.
Pamiętam, robiłem sobie odświeżenie przed tą pierwszą rundą z zeszłego sezonu i zastanawiam się, czy pytać Cię o niego, czy zapominamy.
Nie, zapominamy, przekreślamy, to jest czarna dziura, ten sezon się nie liczy.
Dobrze, ale mam nadzieję, że mental pozostał, bo pokazywałaś na rundach zeszłorocznych, że no, nie bierzemy żadnych jeńców, nie walczymy o półśrodki, nie chcemy być w połowie stawki, wszystko albo nic.
Tak, dokładnie. Jednak sprzęt mamy bardzo dobre, umiejętności, lata stażu też mamy niezłe, więc absolutnie chcę powalczyć. No i mam nadzieję, że jeżeli sprzęt nie zawiedzie, to rzeczywiście pokażemy, że tu kobiety mogą powalczyć i panom utrzemy trochę nosa.
Nie raz Karolina Pilarczyk to udowadniała, mamy nadzieję, że to się powtórzy. Gdybyśmy mieli coś niemalowanego, to byśmy popłakali, ale trzymamy po prostu mocno kciuki. Dzięki, Karolinie.
Bardzo dziękuję, a wszystkim życzę cudownej zabawy.
Okay, so that was a lovely interview there, just speaking to Carolina. And obviously, we don't speak Polish. Unfortunately, we can't translate that for you. But for anyone who speaks Polish, yep, that was... I can't really say much there, but...
she said what she said, yep. That's pretty much what she said.
She said things. I don't know what, but things. As you can see, we're just getting the car out of the gravel. Which the main thing is he's safe, the main thing, and also there was no damage, major damage to the car. Got out very lucky there, could have hit the tyre wall, but thankfully that was not the case. That is the last thing we want to see is drivers risking their cars and their lives. So very happy that he's managed to come out unscathed. And we're currently working on digging him out. As you can see, we've got a flatbed truck going out there through the start line. Can we see that going sideways? That'd be pretty cool. But,
That'd
yeah,
be a
we'll just
talent.
wait.
That'd be pure skill if you could get that to go sideways and around this track. Be quite tight coming
I
through
mean-
that Manji section, though. I think it'll be a little bit long. So
I think it is the size of the Manji section, to be fair, if you want to go lock to lock. But yeah, I'm very
you might
unfortunate
just
there.
get through there.
Yeah, it looks like what they're going to do is get the flatbed down and then they're going to winch it out onto the flatbed. Very unfortunate way to finish his first qualifying run. Hopefully there's no damage to the car itself. We'll have to see what's going on with the car, and hopefully it is the case of he will just be able to check it over, do a nut and bolt check, and then we'll pull it out for the second qualifying run.
Yeah, another thing that could have even caused that is he could have broke a shaft. He could have done anything there, and that if you've power going to one wheel, that can send the car in a spin like that. So it is something along the lines that he could be looking at some sort of repairs on something in the car. But hopefully he's just digging a bit of gravel out, doing a bit of a nut and bolt check, and getting that car out for the second run.
Yes, definitely. It is definitely something, and oh, what a day it's been so far. It's very hot in this room where I'm sat. It's very, very hot. I've just looked
Yeah.
outside my window actually, and it's starting to rain in the UK. So, at least we get a bit of a chill time. But
I've
yeah,
got my little air
one
conditioner
thing-
beside me here. I'm happy out.
you are lucky. I wish I had one. But one thing to mention as well is
Marek
got a-
Bartołowicz z nami. Cześć Marek.
Cześć.
No, widzieliśmy się tu w zeszłym roku, rozmawialiśmy kilkukrotnie. Wyciągaliśmy wnioski po tym, co widzieliśmy na torze w Twoich zeszłorocznych przejazdach. Jak się czujesz w tym roku?
W zeszłym roku o tej porze miałem na koncie jakieś 10 przejazdów tym samochodem, a w tym momencie mam, w sumie licząc zeszły rok, to już myślę, że około 500 przejazdów. W tym roku dość mocno postawiłem na trening z Maxem Miękosiem. Od momentu, kiedy tylko się zrobiła pogoda, odpowiednie warunki do jazdy, to w zasadzie co tydzień, co 2 tygodnie jeździmy, więc tych przejazdów mamy naprawdę wręcz kosmiczną ilość, bo mogę powiedzieć, że w tym roku przejeździłem więcej niż przez ostatnie 5 lat. Więc mam nadzieję, że się to przełoży wszystko po prostu na zawody. Wiadomo, jak są zawody, to trochę to wszystko innymi prawami się tutaj trzyma niż taki trening i dojdzie stres i inne jakby tutaj warunki, ale myślę, że będzie spoko. Ważne, żeby dzisiaj kwalifikacje pojechać dobrze, złapać wysokie punkty, żeby być po prostu jutro w grze i w zasadzie to też się nie mogę doczekać tych par, bo wiem, jak jeździło nam się na treningach. I w parach myślę, że może to wyjść naprawdę dobrze.
No tak, to tak z kronikarskiego obowiązku przypomnę wszystkim tym, którzy nie oglądają i nie śledzą driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski od samego początku, to już w ogóle nie wiem, czy tacy zostali, ale Marek Bartołowicz przez ostatnie lata głównie z tej drugiej strony samochodów stał i pomagał kierowcom dowozić ich maszyny, no ale te kilka lat temu wszyscy pamiętamy, że bardzo mocno podgryzałeś czołówkę, walcząc o podia praktycznie na każdej rundzie.
Tak, uczestniczę w zawodach od 2009 roku, więc tych lat mam już trochę na koncie, 4 lata przerwy, ale od 2 lat z powrotem wróciłem do gry. No to jest jak trochę choroba nieuleczalna, więc tutaj 4 lata potrzebowałem, żeby jakby zbudować tutaj trochę warunki, żeby można było właśnie z powrotem wrócić z podwojoną wręcz siłą. Myślę, że ten zeszły sezon taki mocno rozruchowy, a w tym roku postaram się już pokazać jak najlepszą jazdę.
No tak, my w zeszłym roku zastanawialiśmy się, czy to auto, którym ty zapisałeś się chyba też jakoś tak rzutem na taśmę w ogóle do driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski, czy ono nie ma być tylko autem pokazowym i będziesz jeździł czymś innym, no ale jeździłeś tym, rozumiem, że tym autem również w tym roku.
Tak, wiele osób myślało, że to jest auto, tak jak powiedziałeś, pokazowe, że jest takie ładne z każdej strony, czyste i mimo, że ma na koncie już cały sezon, mnóstwo treningu w tym roku, to dalej wygląda jakby było nowe i parę osób nawet dzisiaj przychodząc tu myślała, że to jest nowe auto właśnie świeżo zbudowane na ten rok, ale generalnie dbam o swój samochód, dbam o samochody klientów, które buduję, żeby one cały czas wyglądały tak jak nowe, żeby po prostu przyjemnie się nimi jeździło bezawaryjnie.
Trzymamy zatem kciuki, no i powodzenia w sezonie 25 driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski.
Dzięki wielkie.
Okay, so that was a nice little interview there with Marek. So yeah, we're having a great time here. I think we're almost ready to get underway. Once again, we're just going to make sure the track is tidy, everyone's okay. One thing I was just about to mention before that interview is we do have I've got a lovely friend in the name of Drift Chat. They're doing a prediction championship, so if you want to go and check that out, that's something pretty cool to get involved with, community based. But yeah, like, look at all the spectators just having a great time, having a walk around the car show, speaking to some of the drivers. This is what it's all about. It's about the community. It's about the people. That's what we're here for in drifting. That's what it's all about. It's how it's always been. As you can see there, plenty of cars on display and plenty of things to see. As you can see, some of our sponsors displaying some of their lovely products and what they can offer. And it's like, oh god, I can't get over Jakob's. I can't get over Pashonsky's setup there. It's gorgeous, that pit setup.
Yeah, the rig is something else. Like I do see the drift games rigs and stuff like that going around, but his is just so unbelievable, and it's because it's purpose built too. It is 100% designed to do what he's doing when it is going around Europe with drift cars in the back and all of his tents and everything. And these guys, it's actually quite cool how quickly they set up all these pit tents and everything. It is really, really fast. But the amount of equipment that they fit into them trucks as well is wild. But also making them look unbelievably cool at the same time is also another talent. So
definitely, I mean,
something we're starting to see here more.
Well, as things progress in the sport, obviously logistics sides for auto drivers tends to get better alongside it. It just makes the sport look a lot more professional as well, and we're starting to see a lot more of that. Obviously, today you're seeing a very professional looking broadcast, and kudos to the streaming team and all the cameramen involved. This is not an easy operation, so please, whenever you get the chance, please go and thank them for their work, as it is a crazy big operation that we are involved with today, and we are only a small part of that. So without them, we wouldn't be able to do any of this.
Yeah, we just have a car being pushed back off the line there, and I believe it is the car of Darius Fabishek.
Could we have a engine failure?
Possibly.
Could have a mechanical. Not too sure what's going on here.
I believe it is number 14 on the roof. Yeah, that is Darius Fabishek in that S14 there, obviously being pushed back off the line. So something not right with that car. We have another car in the background there. I believe that's Fabian Dorozinski warming up the tires on his S14 as well. Hopefully Fabishek able to get that car running. Marshall there having a look at the front of it down low, so maybe some sort of engine problems for Fabishek.
Hopefully we can see him get that sorted and back onto the grid as soon as possible, as it'd be very unfortunate if he couldn't get through qualifying due to a mechanical right at the start of the season. That is not the way you want to start. Unfortunately though, when you're involving high power, a lot of money, it does happen, unfortunately, and that is just how things are. And welcome to motorsports, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, where everything is very uncertain. As we have another S chassis at the line now. Oh, as you can see, the front bumper of Fabishek's car is off, and it is moving under its own power, but unfortunately we won't be seeing him do his first run. But we have Fabian in this S15 now, looking very aggressive. Very nice. Big flick initiation going into inner clip 1. Very nice. Just getting into outer clip 1. Nice transition so far. Going into outer 2. Lovely there. Just maybe pulling out a bit, but manages to left foot brake into outer 3. Keeping it on the line where it should be. Nice in outer 4. Could have been a bit deeper, but going into 5 with a big transition. Doing a lovely job. Keeping it nice and wide. A beautiful 360 and across the line.
Yeah, good run there from that S14. Lovely, cool livery there with that big joker on the side of it there. So as we look here, just about clips outer zone 1 there. Places the car nice and perfectly through there in the Manji section. Now, a lot of guys doing the exact same thing coming in early, but he managed to extend that drift through outer zone 2, which is what a lot of guys are struggling with. Perfect through outer zone 3, carrying that momentum the full way around that corner in that S14, as he does come up a little bit short on 4 now. When he rotates the car back around, you can see that handbrake being worked to the bone there, floats the car back around on the bank and gets back on power here around clip 6. So I reckon this could be quite a high scoring run here. Not a whole lot wrong with that, and it's an 88-point run for Fabian Dorzinski. That's second position for him overall at the moment.
Yep, what a run. Amazing work there from Fabian, and we'll definitely potentially be seeing him in the top 32. I mean, if he gets knocked out, I'd be surprised. So very, very nice work there. But look at this S15. Look, the wheels on that is crazy. They're so shiny. But we have Victor Vetmark looking absolutely gorgeous in that S14.9, so it's a 14. Okay, so 900 horsepower behind that with the shiniest wheels known to mankind. Big wing, looking very stylish. Lovely initiation, lots of speed into inner 1, in outer 1 as well. Getting my words mixed up there, but this car looks insane, and his line is looking very good as he goes into outer 3, looking very nice as he brings it around now into outer 4, looking very good. Big transition, nice and controlled there as he transitions across into outer 6, looking very nice. Plenty of commitment, style and speed. That is what we want to see.
Yeah, this S15 here reminds me a lot of Forrest Wang's car. 14.9. It reminds me a lot of Forrest Wang's car here, as you can see, the big chrome wheels and that kind of greeny Kevlar look. So perfect throughout the rest of this, or for the start part of this run here, as you can see, carrying all that speed through, a little bit of left foot brake, slowing the front down just to get that car nice and settled as he works his way into outer zone 4. Transitions back here. Now, if we watch the D cell, again, two little stabs of the handbrake, another little one there, maybe that was just a clutch kick there, just to get the car to rotate a little bit more, but a little bit of a bobble towards the end of that run, but very good run overall, and it's 86 for Victor Vedemark. And that puts him into 6th position there. Line judge there, really, really liking that.
Definitely, that is what we want to see.
Line.
Ooh, now this is an aggressive looking car. What a stylish livery, I've got to say. There's a lot of colour going on there, a lot of detail. And that's what I like to see. We've got Oris. Michael? Or Michael? I don't know how to say that last name. I'm so sorry.
Michael Schick.
But I think so, but we've got Oris in that gorgeous S14. Lots of speed, lots of flair. Perfect into outer 1 there. Coming around now in the transition. Is he going to get outer 2? Perfect into outer 2. That is what we want to be seeing. Lovely, just floating with the outside line. Maybe a drop on outer 3 as he comes around into 4. Just maybe a bit shallow there, but comes around into 5. Lovely as he goes into outer 5. Coming around now into the last outer 6. Lovely stuffing across the line. That is a very nice run. That is the best entry I've seen into outer 2 so far. I've got to say, Kian.
Yeah, there's a very fast-paced run here, so we'll break this down. Coming into inner clip 1, very nice there, and tucks it up into outer zone 1 very nicely as well. Perfectly placed here along that Manji section. When he transitions back here, he does come a little bit wide. He drops a bit of a wheel here, but small deduction for that. He is very, very close on that line, working his way around here. You can see the amount of smoke pouring out of the back of that car. He is on max throttle as much as he can. As he comes down into the D cell here, you can still see the smoke piling out of the back of that car. So those tires are still really, really warm, developing that smoke. The last bit of that run there, out of zone 4, he did drop a little bit, but again, minimal things here that we're picking apart, splitting hairs, and that will be an 83-point run, drops him into 12th position for Oris Mikashuk there. So we will see him for his second run now later on. Now, Brandon, your favorite car on the grid. You love this thing.
Oh yeah, this thing is so cool.
So we will see Now I need to find
Peter
pronunciation on this name.
Kozwowski?
Peter Kozłowski leaving the line here.
That's the one.
Kozłowski.
Looking very, very nice. The turbochargers just sticking out the bonnet. Could have been a bit better into out zone 1, but manages to float around, getting decent into 2. Maybe a bit of a touch of the curb there. Not exactly what we want to see. I'm pretty sure this is a V8 powered S15 as well, which is really, really, really cool. But getting into out of 5, very nice there. Floating into 6, maybe he's just entering a bit late into out of 6. Not the best line, I've got to say, but a lot of style.
Yeah, lots of style with this car. How could you not have style with those two twin turbochargers sticking out the bonnet there? Little bit shallow onto outer zone 1 there. Transitions back nice and middle of the track there. When he transitions back, you did mention it, Brandon, he did get a little bit onto the curb there, but he is into outer zone 2. When he works his way back around here, it does put him a little bit shallow on 3. Coming around then, he is full throttle, hammering the limiter of that S15 around, and does just clip 4 as well, comes up a little bit shallow. When he transitions back around here again then, 2 stabs of the handbrake on that line, painting the white line black, and around onto clip 6. Starting shallow, working his way wide, and across the line on the edge of the track there. So not a bad run. There's a few bits to tidy up, but again, he will have a look at that and just make sure, break down what he can do. Like some of these guys even have live telemetry from their car. They'll match up the telemetry and the video, and they'll see what they're doing in certain parts of the run. So you can see these things quite handy with a lot of technology coming through into the sport now, but he will go back, look at that run, see what he did wrong, and as the scores drop in for him, that's an 80-point run, drops him into 14th position for Piotr Kozłowski.
Not too bad at all. Got this. Is as you can see, NASA in the background, which means we are getting towards the end of our first set of runs. This is definitely, compared to semi-pro, this is definitely one of the longer sections of this qualifying, but obviously we've got a lot of drivers to get through, plenty of skids to watch, and we hope you're enjoying the show. But we've got Maciek, I think
yep. Maciek Jarkovic.
So yeah, in that Boss S14, very, very aggressive looking car. Plenty of angle there going through the Manji section. Gets into out of 2, lovely there, floating it through as he comes around it into out of 3. Looking very planted. You can see he's got a left foot braking a bit there, watching the front wheel lock as he comes around into 5. Lovely stuff into 6. Lots of angle, lots of style, lots of commitment. That is what we would like to see.
Yeah, really tidy run here from Maciek as he takes that clutch kick entry there, flicks that car in nice and handy into the first 2 zones, transitions back here. Now what I want to really point out is when he transitions back here into this sector 3, handbrakes there, gets back on power, watch that wheel, on foot brake the whole way around pretty much of this outer zone, getting that car settled. Now this can go 2 ways. If you are on foot brake and you are constantly decelling, which Maciek is not, this can be a deduction. But because he is settling the car, I believe that the judges will actually mark him up for that, and they will give him points for that, because that is controlling the car perfectly, and he was very smooth through that whole section. And that is a 91-point run for Maciek Jarkovic, puts him into 2nd position. Wow, what a score. He'll be happy with that. Hopefully he will show us that again on his 2nd run. We want to see unbelievable runs all day here. So on the line now we have Victor Andersson in a CN6 chassis, ready to go. The man from Sweden.
He looks very excited to be there. He's very hyped up in that driver's seat, looking very happy. So we'll have to see what this man can do for us as we wait for the lights to go green. Obviously, he's got the strobes on the front, lots of style in the car. Oh, but just yeeting that cone away as we flick it in now to inner clip 1, looking very nice, fulfilling outer 1 perfectly as he transitions now through the Manji section. Can he get out 2 nicely? Oh, just coming up shallow. Not like just like everyone else, unfortunately, that seems to be the biggest point where everyone's struggling, but gets into out 4 perfectly. I've just noticed the car has teeth on the front. It's very cool. Lots of style in the car. Big angle as he comes around to 6 and across the line. That is definitely an interesting first run.
Yeah, definitely an interesting first run there, but I think there was a few bits here that I want to pick apart. So definitely coming through this section. Lovely through the first 2 zones. When he transitions back here, he is very wide. As he transitions back, that sets him up really early for the zone. He gets on power that little bit too early and ends up coming in shallow for that second outer zone. He does manage to correctly get back out onto outer zone 3 and 4, bringing it right around here, and you can see how planted that car is. These CN6 chassis getting very, very popular throughout Europe now as well. Puts on a huge amount of angle to get around that corner, just about collects outer zone 6 and goes across the line. So good work there from the Swedish man. And as the score drops in, it's an 83-point run, and that's 13th position for Victor Anderson.
Very nice first run there.
Here we go.
Mark 5 Super looking very, very nice. Lovely livery. Very chrome, and I'm all for that. As we have up on the line, Matus Suski in that A90 Supra with 1,000 horsepower. Looking very nice as we have the lights go green. Here we go. Oops, seem to be knocking down the cones quite a bit as we go through now into the initiation. Nice commitment into inner clip 1. Outer clip 1 looking decent, but could have been deeper as he transition now around into outer clip 2. Just getting into there as he come into outer clip 3. Not looking too bad. Plenty of speed, but just maybe a bit too much grip, pulling them in too shallow. Lovely through 5 though as they come through the transition. Filling out of zone 6 and across the line. Lovely stuff there.
Yeah, good job there from Mateusz Szuski, as the initiation's perfect, not on the curb. Lovely through inner clip 1 and outer zone 1 there. As he transitions back here, you can see the control this man has on that car mid-track. Brings it back, little bit of a check up there with the handbrake. Nothing too major as he powers that car back out onto outer zone 3. Kind of midway down there, but again, mid-track, nice and fluid coming through the rest of the circuit here now, midway through that outer zone 4 as well. As he transitions back, this is where you'd expect a lot of guys to be putting on silly angle, but Mateusz doesn't do that. He keeps it nice and smooth and powers it around and across the line, really using the extreme tires on the back of that car to the full advantage with that grip that he has. So that's an 85-point run, and that's 8th position for Mateusz Szuski. And on the line, we go back to a man on a mission all the time. He never isn't on a mission. Jakob Kroll in his S14.
I do believe that Jakob Kroll is the final driver of the qualifying lineup as well. So that does mean that we will be going into our second runs after Jakob has finished his. But look at that S50 looking absolutely insane. As you can see, with the similar livery to previous season, so the car's not really changed that much. Obviously, that S14-9. So let's see what Jakob Kroll can do, the FMIC EU driver. Big flick initiation there. Lovely stuff. Keeping it nice and controlled. Maybe a bit too deep into outer zone 1, but keeps it nice and fluid so far as he comes around into outer zone 2. Lovely stuff. Perfect through outer zone 3. Plenty of angle, plenty of speed as he fulfills 4 decently well. Could have been a bit deeper. Very fast into 5, maybe getting a bit too deep into 6. Oh, but just manages to pull it around, and not a bad run from Jakob Kroll there for his first.
Yeah, not a bad run at all for the first round and first run of the year for Jakob Kroll. Obviously, he's been out in Drift Masters doing his thing as well, but lovely through the first two clips of the track. Positions the car very nicely through that Monji section. When he transitions back here, he is a little bit early again, but manages to extend that drift out a little bit more. He is on the handbrake that little bit longer, but it seems to work for him. Gets that power down, comes back down mid-track, and then starts to work the car slightly more out to get that clip outer zone 4. And when he transitions back here, not on a huge amount of angle, but when he does get dialed in, he is flirting with the edge of the track there and does manage to get that car back on power to grip it up and push it down so he gets the line perfect on outer zone 6. So we'll wait for the score to drop in there. for Jakob Kroll, and that's a 92-point run. Drops him into second position for Jakob Kroll. What a run for Jakob. This man always impressing everybody everywhere he goes. You can watch him on Drift Masters, you can watch him in DMP. Doesn't matter. It's going to be impressive no matter what. So we'll wait now for the second half of qualifying. That's everybody with their first runs done. So we have a whole nother round to go yet, Brandon. A whole nother set of runs to go. As we wave at the crowd there. Hello, crowd. How are things? A lot of people in
Everyone's
attendance
having a
there
good time
to see. So
everyone's having fun. Everyone's having fun. Look at that. Everyone's got their families out together, having a great time, giving the camera a wave. Hope you're all having a great time, especially in the stream. I don't think they can hear. No one at the track can actually hear us, but obviously all of you can. It is a great time, though. We hope you have been enjoying the stream so far and all of the runs. As you can see, people dropping. It's good to see everyone dropping national flags into the chat. And hey, they're going to Mexican wave going. I love that. It's good. It's always good to have a bit of interaction with the crowd. And hopefully we will be there live at some point further into the season. That is the plan. But yeah, it's been an absolutely crazy qualifying session so far. And that is only the first half of Pro, which is insane to think. Do apologize if you hear my do apologize if you hear my chair squeaking. I really need a new chair. As you can hear, it is awful.
WD-40, just get it. It'll work.
I need a new chair.
So
the oil's been leaking out the cylinder.
So we have a lot of people in attendance there at the Słomczyn Autodrom to have a look at qualifying for today. And Brandon, this is only day one. This is just qualifying, and we have seen some absolutely unbelievable runs, absolute fireworks, one after the other. This is a really, really big championship for lots and lots of excitement. So I'm excited for even tomorrow, semi-pro tomorrow even. We're going to see some absolutely insane battles. We're going to see some absolutely insane battles in pro tomorrow as well. So don't forget, if you are watching at home, you can tune in on YouTube to DMP, the English stream. Come watch myself and Brandon watch some battles, get very, very excited for that. Me and Brandon will be here getting very excited.
Oh yes, I've just noticed this outer ring of the track is actually a World Rallycross track, which is really cool. I'm quite a big fan of that stuff myself. But one thing I want to see in the chat, we'll do a bit of live stream chat interaction. Who do you think is going to be taking the top spot in semi-pro and pro in tomorrow? I want to see your predictions in there. Let's see what everyone thinks. And who do you think is going to take top qualifying as well? That is another good thing. As you can see, our track crew there just checking all of the boxes, pointing on the lines a bit again. And we're just gonna. Oh look! Oh my God! Have we got a little halftime show? We got someone doing a wheelie on a motorbike. That is crazy stuff. That takes some insane precision. He's even turning with it. Look at that! That is insane. That is some talent right there. I could not do that. And as you can see, that's Carol Kulbaki on the motorbike, entertaining the crowd and all of you for the halftime between the qualifying. That is a crazy, crazy bike. Kian, are you able to do that? I don't think I could do that.
I can't even ride a motorbike, so I definitely cannot do that. That is unbelievable. You can see what they do to them bikes to be able to do that. They make that back cog absolutely ginormous, and they've a huge brake setups on them too. But it's super impressive to be able to do that on a bike. I can't even fathom how to do that on anything. Never mind
honestly.
A scooter or a BMX or anything like that. Like, look at this.
I mean, I'm an action sports athlete myself, so and I look at this and I start sweating. Like, you got to think the weight of the bike. It's got to be so light to be able to be that nimble, and you got to think like, look at this, look at that. He's crazy. Like, the balance on this man is insane, and I've got to say, like, that is. Look, he's drifting a bike. What is going on? I love it. So much talent, and as you can see, he's doing little endos and stuff like that as well. Like, that is insane talent, and I'm so glad we get to watch this, because this is going to be insane, but for me myself.
This is sick. But
This
here's
is
the
so
next thing.
cool.
How much is a motorcycle tire? That is the
I
next
don't
thought
know.
in my mind. Because I assume they're not cheap. Not to say that drifting tires are cheap either, but
He's having so much fun. Oh wow, that must be a very loud bike in person as well, just basing off the
yeah, like
echoes
we
around the
hear
track.
it scream.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's had some fun. He's shredded some tires. What a guy!
Yeah, definitely. They used to do that at some of the Drift Masters events as well, I believe. They do it in the new stadium event in Drift Masters. So they'll do that. I think they've like ramps and stuff in there though, don't they? You were at it
Yes,
last
they
year, so
do.
you'd know more than I would.
Yeah, yeah. When I was there, they had full like motocross stunt teams. We also had Nico Stilia there, who was one of the very young drivers who comes from the sim, and he did some demo runs as well, just to show how talented the young generation is. And yeah, no, the halftime show there was absolutely insane. It was really, really good to see, and it's good to see the drifting world kind of really stepping up, not just in the driving and financial and logistics side, but also just as an entertainment as well. With really stepping up in every way to bring more to the crowd, not just as a drifting competition, but as an entertaining, as an event overall. And the event organization is absolutely insane these days. And it's always been a great spectator sport. So why not add that little bit of extra flair and style? As you can
Absolutely.
see,
Like a halftime show, you have to give these people, they come to watch drifting, but you have to give them something extra too for a little bit of entertainment. Drifting is
exactly.
very entertaining, but of course, who's going to turn down a bike doing wheelies and drifts and donuts and stuff like that, and nose wheelies and all that kind of stuff? Who's going to turn that down?
Exactly.
That's sick.
You got to also think a lot of these spectators are also coming from around all of Europe, around the world to come and watch this. You've also got a lot of the Polish, like obviously you've got a lot of national spectators as well. And it is great to see the love and support of them coming through to enjoy this amazing sport that we call drifting. And we want to say thank you to everyone who does come through. And as you can see there, we have the Red Bull tent in the middle. I would love to be under that shade right now. That being said, I'm indoors, but
Yeah,
it's still very hot.
yeah, absolutely. I think we're just going to take a 3 to 4 minute break here. Just to get stuff sorted here, and we will be back to you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes, I believe.
Indeed. So
Is
we'll
what
see
I
you all
am
then.
hearing. So we shall see you then.
are back once again for our pro qualifying session. As you can see here, we have all of our drivers coming back for their second set of runs. My name is Brandon. We also have Keane. He's just gone to grab a drink quickly, so he will be back with us very shortly.
I'm here.
Oh, he's here. He's here. So awesome. Sweet. So welcome once again. My name's Brandon Carr. We got Keane Reedy in the booth with me, and we have Nasir on the line for his second qualifying run. And it's been crazy so far, so we'll have to see what happens in these second sets of runs. Is there going to be more spills and thrills? We'll have to find out as we have Nasir on the line now in that 1,000 horsepower plus S13. It is, oh no, sorry, is it an S14? No, it's an S13. It's a boss kitted. Oh wait, is it? I thought it was an S13 hatch. I'm not too sure. No, it is an S13 hatch.
I don't know, whatever it is, it's sick.
It's got a boss kit on it, but it is an S13. But look at that, he's absolutely shredding those tyres as it goes around out of zone 3. Doing a nice job so far into 4. Big transition now into 5. Looking very solid as he comes around into 6. With all that power, all he has to do is feather the throttle and he's off and going into the races.
Yeah, Nasser El Herbali there. Top driver, has done a few wildcards and Drift Masters, I believe, and he's also did OIDC this year, the Oman International Drift Championship. So nice through those first 2 clips as he transitions through that Manji section, comes down. Nice little bit of a handbrake and then starts to get that power on nice and early as he starts to power that boss kit car around that big section. This is the power rally here, in my opinion. This is where you have to be on throttle all the time. Judges really want to see a lot of tire smoke and a lot of wheel speed going through there as he starts to slow the car down right on the handbrake and powers the car around again through clip 6. Not a bad run there technically from Nasser. So we'll see what the judges make of that one. I'm fairly thinking that that might be a higher score than his original qualifying score in run 1.
Definitely. He's definitely got a lot of commitment into this track. And obviously with a car that's set up like that, it's hard not to. But as you can see here, score dropping here. It's a 97! That is absolutely insane. Putting him in first place. The highest score so far. 97. What a run from Nasir. Massive congratulations to him. But now we move on to our next driver. I actually can't believe that happened. But we got Mads Andresen in that E92. Looking very nice. Can he go back-to-back with Nasir for a high score? We'll have to see. The man from Denmark with a 77 on his first score. Let's see what he can do as the lights go red and the bats go green. There we go. That green E92 sending it down the main straight. Plenty of speed. Big flick. Lovely settle onto the angle. Perfect through out of 1. Coming around now into the transition for out of 2. Maybe he's just getting out a bit early there, but manages to bring it back in for 3 nicely as he comes around now for out of 4, doing a good job. Big transition, nice and smooth and controlled. Going into out of 5, looking very good for 6. Has he got a good setup? Yes, he does, as he comes across the line.
Yeah, good technical run there from Mads Andersen. 1 or 2 little mistakes here that we'll go through. So as he initiates in here, he's nice and tidy into that first inner clip and onto the nice outer clip there as well. When he transitions back here, so he is a little bit wider than he'd like, so when he gets back transition handbrakes, gets on the power a little bit earlier, that pushes him in a little bit, shallows him out in the zone, and that kind of forces him a little bit shallower than he'd like as well on outer zone 3. When he powers around onto outer zone 4 here then, he has it kind of nearly fixed for the rest of the run because he transitions back here, just gives it a little bit of handbrake, jumps the clutch, and powers the car out the rest of the run around through clip 6. A little bit shallower than he'd like again, but not a bad run there from Mads Andersen, getting the job done there. And that's an 86-point run there. He'll be happy with that. That's into 6th position for Mads Andersen from Denmark.
Very nice second run there. As you can see, everyone's getting into grips with the track, getting into grips with their cars as well. Now they're finding out what it's like in full commitment. Well, like I was saying earlier, qualifying is the most daunting place to be, but you got Matthias in that Ether 46 from Hungary with the 74 on the board already. Can he improve? Let's see as he has the car anti-lagging as he comes off the line, sounding so aggressive. Lots of speed coming in, big flick initiation, lots of aggression in through inner 1, looking very nice. Could have been better into outer 1. But as he comes around now, big handbrake drag. Oh no, but just slightly shallows up and straightens as he comes through out of 2 and now into 3. Looking very, very sketchy in that section, but manages to bring it back. Coming in a bit shallow here, not looking like he's on the best line and across line. Unfortunately, I do not know if there's going to be an improvement to his first run.
Yeah, scrappy run there. So we can break this down. So when he initiates, he's a little bit on the curb and he gets onto power. He's not making a huge amount of tire smoke, but you see here he's very shallow into outer zone 1. When he transitions here, he's really close to that inner cone. Transitions back, he gets onto that curb yet again, but when he releases that handbrake, he's still on the curb, and that straightens the car a little bit for him. So he's trying to make up some angle here, and he's trying to get back online. So he's powering the car around, okay, not too bad around here. He's kind of back online, back in his flow. And he finished out that run, and that's a 0, yeah, for Mateusz Drusin there. But unfortunate for him, because he will be hoping to have a better score than a 0 for sure. So, Christian Erlandson, Driftmasters driver, back on the line. That CN6 BRZ, 1,038 horsepower to be exact. It's all about being exact in this business. So, he pulls off the line, sends that CN6 chassis down the main straight and powers that car. What an entry from Christian Erlandson as he fires that car around into outer zone 2, around into outer zone 3. Look at the speed here from Christian Erlandson as he fires that lovely, lovely GT86 BRZ chassis around this Słomczyn track. A little bit wide on outer 6, but that was an incredible second half of that run from Erlandson. This entry was a little bit weird, I'm not going to lie. It was kind of caught myself and maybe caught himself a bit off guard there. Pretty wide here coming out of the Manji section, but when he transitions back here, again, these drivers are starting to get onto that curb a little bit more, but it does force him through that outer zone 2. But look at how loaded up the left side of that car is coming through this section here. Unbelievable stuff, Brandon.
Gotta say, Kian, one thing about the initiation, I did notice it. I think he caught a little bit of understeer going into that initiation towards inner clip 1. So that might have been what caught him off guard. But as you can see there, he manages to bring the run back together very nicely. Maybe he's just going a bit too deep there in out zone 6, which is unfortunate. But hopefully that will still get him something decent, as it was very, very committed. That car has a lot of power, a lot of speed. Incredible driving there.
He did
especially
leave the
to deal with
initiation slightly late as well, I think, as that kind of caught him a little bit. So when he did go to initiate and caught the understeer, it was just a recipe for kind of catching himself off guard. A lot of things just aligned perfectly there for him, unfortunately. Well,
yeah, no, definitely. But
so
again, a 74. So is an improvement, definitely, but puts him in 28th. So he is very close to the drop-off point, as anything could happen. It's quite early into the second half of the runs, so we'll have to see. But we now move back to Michael. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Michael Hamwi.
Yes, I did say that correct. And so Michael Hamwi in that crazy-looking S14 with the world's biggest chin on an S14 I've ever seen, as he now comes down the main straight. Big flick there, maybe a bit tentative on the initiation, but manages to get into outer 1 quite nicely from inside 1. Nice into outside 2 as well, looking very good there. Bit bobbly, a bit wavery going through outer 3, but manages to get around into outer 4 nicely. Nice controlled transition, maybe dropping a tire, maybe 2 off there, but comes around to 6. Little bit scrappy in places where it should have been a bit cleaner, but overall not a bad run.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Now, whether or not it's enough to outdo his first score is another thing, but kind of shadow through to where he'd like on outer clip 1, a little bit wide there off the cone. When he transitions back here, not on the curb, but he's through that outer zone there. He's not exactly where he wants to be, but you can see there he's kind of left foot braking. The car's having a bit of a bobble there. You can really see in the front of that car, because of that bumper is so wide, you can actually see the bobbles on it a lot easier, I believe. But when he transitions back here, he is dropping a lot there. He is going to be deducted heavily for that. And when he comes around here, then again, he does just manage to save that from going off track as well. So we shall see how the judges treat all these mistakes and what way they deduct it, but I think he will be hoping for a saving grace here for a higher score than his first.
Definitely, Kian. That is what we want to see. As unfortunately, dropping tyres. Yep, unfortunately, dropping those tyres did get him a 0-0. So unfortunately, he will not be making it into the main show this weekend. But hopefully, we'll see him back in round 2, even stronger than before. Just unfortunately, that is just how it is. As you can see there, Tim Hydrick with that Drift Chat sticker on the side of his car. Big shout out to Drift Chat, good friend of mine. As we now getting ready in that Mercedes SL, only running off 515 horsepower. Yep, so he's got to put everything on, all his cards on the table for this run. As you can hear it absolutely screaming down the main straight. Big early initiation there. And will that reward him? Maybe just cutting in a clip there, but gets into outer 1 quite nicely as he transitions now in towards 2, just falling away from there, putting him on that shallow line where he should be wider. Missing out of 4 now, but can he get back into out of 5? Yes, he can. Has to do quite a big decel and drag, but manages to bring it around into outside zone 6 and across line. So much better than what he did in his first run. But at the same time, is it going to be enough to get into the 32 now that we're starting to see a drop zone?
Yeah, I don't know if this is enough to get into the show, unfortunately, for Tim Hydrick. A bit shallow on the outer zone 1 when he transitions back again. It's that wide line and he gets onto the curb here, and that just forces him. He doesn't even handbrake there. He just kind of powers over, and that makes him miss outer zone 3 completely. And you see how much angle he's on there too, which is really not going to help with forcing him into the track because he misses outer zone 4 there. When he comes down to the decel here at outer zone 5, he's on the handbrake a long time after that zone, and he forces himself around there. He does manage to grab clip 6 fairly nicely, but unfortunately I don't think that'll be enough to get him into the top 32 tomorrow. We shall see with the score dropping in. That's a 56, which is 38th position for Tim Hydrick. So unfortunately, we will not see him in battle action tomorrow, but we will see him back for round 2.
Indeed, and now we have Jan. Oh God, once again, his last name is always going to stump me a bit.
Jan Konashi, I believe.
Yeah.
We'll have to check that. I'm going to have to make a whole list.
Yes, we do. But he had a 58 in his first run in that E36 GTR. So can we see any improvements with 522 horsepower? Oh no.
Oh, has he stalled?
Did the car did he misshift? It sounded like he went onto power and the car just didn't have anything there. That is... Oh, we do have a car working.
So I actually haven't pronounced for his name, so it's Jan Konachini.
There we go. Bit of an awkward start there, but here we go, going into his run. Looking decent so far. Maybe a bit too wide there. Unfortunately, dropping tyres here is not looking too good. It's looking very scrappy, but manages to get it back. Going into out 4, not too shabby. Lovely into out 5 though, as he comes around now in towards out 6. Lovely stuff, a lovely way to finish the end of that run. But unfortunately, as you can see here, going into the initiation, just catching... I mean, it was good. It was very good, but it could have had more angle. But
yeah, I don't think that car is running 100% for him there. I think there might be something to do engine power-wise there. As you can see, there's not a huge amount of tire smoke in any part of the run, and he's catching a lot of understeer. It's like the rear is struggling to power up. So I'd wonder, is there an issue with that car? Otherwise, with a struggling car, not a bad run to put together.
Definitely.
Yeah, so definitely struggling there. But again, here we are, Brandon. E36 GTR kit. One of the sickest kits you can get for an E36, if you can find one, that is. And that is a 0. So we will not see Jan Konachini on top 32 battle action tomorrow either. 37th for him, unfortunately.
Indeed, unfortunately. I think mechanical issues there on that car. But hopefully round 2 will have that all fleshed out. Obviously round 1 Gremlins coming in, taking cars out. To be fair though, I'm actually surprised there's not that many mechanical issues. Touch wood, I'm not going to curse anyone. But we have the Hungarian driver Tamás Magna now in that Mercedes 190E with a 78 to start with. So can there be an improvement on the line? That start line code is not having a good day, but with a big initiation, lovely flick going into inner one, almost perfect through outer one as he transitions now through the midsection of that Manji. Little bit of a lock up of the rear brakes just to get it to settle in there. Going through outer three, not looking too bad so far. Lots of commitment, lots of speed, looking very nice. Very big transition there going into 5, but looking very good for a setup on outer 6. Lovely stuff as it comes across the line. What a run.
Yeah, savage run here from a car that you don't really see too often on a drift track, which is 190E Mercedes. I know my sim teammate will be loving this car. But yeah, if you look at this here, he's really struggling to keep that car on the exact line where he wants it. It is going nearly where he wants it, but it's just some little bits that are kind of catching him out of here and there every so often. So you can see there in the first section there, he was kind of shallow off some clips, and then when he transitions back here, I notice he's kind of midway through that's fine, and he's really struggling to get the car to exactly where he is in that first section of the run, but we'll see where he lands with qualifying order. Again though, that car is unbelievable. I'd love to see more of them on the grid if you can find them to drift them, because
they're getting more expensive.
They are unfortunately getting more expensive the rarer they're getting, but you know my sim teammate as much as I do. Liam would love that car, and that's an 84-point run, and that should get him into the battle action tomorrow, I believe. That's position 12 for Tamás Magna there. So we move it on back to the line. We've got Greg Merleau here in this HGK Carbon Kevlar E92. Look at that. It is beautiful.
It is stunning. Genuine. It kind of reminds me of Benedictus Scherber's car a lot. Obviously, same kit, but with the tinted, like, the coloured headlights as well. Looking very, very cool. But look at the initiation. Massive flick going into inner one. Looking very nice as it goes into outer one. Could have been a bit deeper though, once again, as he comes around now into outer 2. Looking very fast, very dialed, but once again, the grip is just overtaking the car and kind of pulling it away where it needs to be. It needs to be a bit deeper, but lovely into outer 5 there as he comes around now into 6. Looking very dialed. That car is on rails.
It is indeed. There's a few bits that I actually noticed here on the way around, coming through the Manji section in particular. You can see him fire in here. Lovely angle coming through the first clip there. Outer zone 1 is kind of okay, but he handbrakes here and transitions the car. Now that can be a technique some drivers use to transition the car a little bit more snappy, but to me it doesn't look like it's as snappy as he wanted it. But in doing that, he's also forced himself a little bit far into the track inwards. So again here, if you look, he gets the car to rotate very uniquely here. He locks up that front wheel and then just dabs it to get that car to really get the rear end around the corner as he's coming around the bank there. So really pulling out all the stops there to try get that car staying online and on the angle that he wants it. Probably tidying up from his first run, probably went back to the pits, had a look at his first run and went, yep, this is what I need to do, and rehearsed it in his head, went through it all, and I'd say he could be looking at a higher score, which of course he is. He got a 0. He got an 81 now. He's sitting in 20th position for Greg Merleau. Nice job there from him.
The only downside I'd say is I know the judges aren't going to be wanting to see people handbraking in any form in that Manji section. So I think for battles, that will be deemed a lot more harshly. As we move on now to Samuel in that E92, once again, a very popular chassis, but he's got a 82 on his first run as he comes around now with a nice bit of speed going into initiation. Oh, but the car looks quite unsettled going through there. Very bouncy, but manages to bring it back. It is quite a big, heavy chassis. Oh, but just flicking it too hard into there. And unfortunately, that will be a 0, I do think, with that big mistake. As you can see, that car just looks like it's... Yeah, there you go. Spins on the last corner. Very unlucky there. Still has an 82 on the board, but I do think that car is way too softly set up for this layout. It needs a bit of stiffness putting in. And
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
see
think
here
he
when
was
he goes to
expecting.
initiate, you can see the body completely roll, and his wheels aren't really even on. His front wheels aren't even really counter steering a whole lot when he's initiating there. But when he comes back here, you can see he transitions back. He's still steering into the drift. He doesn't get those wheels to counter steer quick enough. But that could also be down to the car isn't coming onto angle. So there could be a setup issue there with that car, or something to do. He dropped tire
Oh, the
pressures and it's just
3-wheel.
not working well for him. But there is a lot of body roll in that car.
I do
You might
think
need
it
to
is
invest in a
a.
stiffer sway bar of some description.
Yeah, it could also be down to his suspension settings as well. Hopefully, if he gets through into the top 32, hopefully they can dial in that stiffness a bit more. I think it is purely down to setup at that point. It's just a little bit too soft. Maybe what they've done is between run 1 to run and run 2, they've tried to make it a little bit looser just to make it a bit more gripped up, but obviously it's not really worked out. But it's still 19th in the qualifying order. So far, he's in a safe spot. So fingers crossed, if he gets through, you can save it for tomorrow in battles. But now we have Christoph in that crazy looking S15 with that Rocket Bunny kit all blacked out. I really like the way that looks as it comes around now into the main straight. Big flick initiation, looking very nice. Lovely through inner clip 1, perfect on outer clip 1. This is looking very good so far as it comes around into 2. Oh, just almost getting a bit a little bit sketchy there, but he manages to find the outside zone of track. Oh, and he just comes off track, manages to save it. Very, very good reaction there from this driver. Unfortunately, that just did not work out for him. And I've got to say, he dealt with that very well. That is a very fast corner to be going towards the gravel. So handled that very, very well.
Yeah, he handled that quite well. If you look here, he knew he was going off for a very long time around that corner. I think you can see the kind of attitude of the car change a little bit when he started to drop off track. So when he transitions here, you can see that tire is flexing off the rim. He is running very low tire pressures there. As he comes through here, he's on a lot of angles. He gets the power on. And from about here, he can see he's going off. And you can see the attitude of the car. The wheels aren't exactly counter-steering a whole lot until here, until he's completely off track. But yeah, damage limitation there from Pavlonka. But yeah,
almost hit one of our mics.
yeah, definitely. That would be not ideal for some marshal to go and try reset that up. But again, Rocket Bunny kit S15 looking lovely.
Can't go wrong. You can't go wrong.
You really can't. They're a lovely kit.
I remember.
Yeah, so that'll be a 0 for Pavlonka, and he is out of competition. Top 32. That Spasov Motorsport driver out of competition. As we move it back to the line, we should have Kuba Prozgonski on the line, and we do. That beautiful GR86 on the line. Nice and refreshed. This Drift Masters driver on a mission to prove a point. He's won.
Is that Master Chief?
Everywhere. It is Master Chief. That is Master Chief right there. So Jakub Prozgonski on the line, 900 horsepower, GR86. Let's see what he can do here as he fires that GR86 up through the initiation, through inner clip 1, through outer zone 1, through the Manji section. And here he is, slight handbrake drag as he comes through.
Whoa!
And he's dropping top. Oh my God, Kuba Prozgonski trying to prove something here. The speed of that car is unbelievable as he transitions down, gets the car to decel and down in through outer zone 6, around and across the line goes Kuba Prozgonski. Wow, Brandon, will we see Kuba Prozgonski here? Did he drop 2 wheels going through that outer zone? So yeah, nice through here. Very nice. He kind of transitions. He is perfect through here, but when he transitions, he does a bit of a handbrake drag. Now he does yeah, there's 1, there's 2 wheels off.
Almost 3.
Yeah, so
That
I think we
is-
could be looking at a 0 for Kuba Prozgonski here. That would throw a spanner in the works for everybody here.
Kuba Prozgonski, obviously being one of the top dogs in DMP, Seeing him make a mistake like that is definitely somewhat refreshing for the rest of the grid, I'd say, because he is a very robotic driver. So
Yeah.
everyone else is going to be looking at that and thinking, right, if someone like Kuba can make mistakes like that, then I've got a chance. So everyone else is going to be sitting there, rubbing their hands together, licking their lips, and be like, right, now's my chance to get a good score, get up there, and try and be a points contender.
Judges really having a look at this one, I'd say, just to make sure that that is a 0 on the board, or what they're deducting him for that. He will get a deduction as he pulls back into his pit area. We will see. I'd love to see the in-car footage of that just to see. But
oh, you got a little motorbike experience down there. I've just seen that. That's cool.
yeah, and Kuba Proganski gets a 78 on the board, so he's still sitting 6th from his first run there with an 86. So 30 out of 40 for his line there. So
now we have Michael Reichardt in that gorgeous E36. And he's from Czechoslovakia. And we are now going to be seeing him going for a second run. Obviously, he's got 76? Something like that? Oh, I can't, honestly, I went by so quickly.
Yep.
Looking very nice in outer 1. Very good line so far, but can he get through outer 2? Lovely stuff so far. Keeping it nice and wide into outer 3. Keeping it nice and consistent. 98 kilometers an hour entry. But look at that. Look at the speed and commitment and the momentum he has throughout this whole track. Could have been a bit better in 5, obviously. Showering up a bit early into 5. Oh, but that almost was the end of his run. That is...
Michael, a very fast driver to begin with when he's in an E92, but you can see he has this car set up very well. 98 kilometers an hour initiation. That is nuts for this track. And he held it too. Anyone we've seen go in that fast has actually spun it in some point of the track early on, but you can see him, car fully loaded, good bit of angle there, carrying him through outer zone 3 as he powers that car into outer zone 4. You can see here, I thought he was going off into the gravel, but he managed to catch it on the curb there when he transitions back here. Handbrake drag, and he just manages to go really inside. I think there's so much grip in that car, just forced him so far inside, and it just rotated the car when he started to work his way back up on towards the bank there to try just catch clip 6. But that is a 0 from Michael Reichardt, and that leaves him in 23rd position. So he will be hoping and praying that he doesn't have anybody knock him out of the top 32 at the moment as we move it along back to the line. We have Christian Salamer.
Awesome looking 1M with that clear ducktail at the back. It's a very popular thing on BMWs, apparently, is the clear style ducktails. Starting with a 0, so the Estonian's got to put a run down, put all his cards on the table once again, and try and get a score down. As you can see, big weight transfer there, quite a fast weight transfer, but just going very deep, lots of speed. Is he going to be able to recover it? I don't think he will. Unfortunately, he has to shut it down. Way too much. 105 km/h entry. That is insane.
Well, like I was saying with Mikkel's run just before there, it's as fast as we've ever seen anybody come in here. But when they go in that fast, they're risking everything in the early part of the run of over-rotating. You're carrying so much speed that it's hard to catch the car on grip. So you can see here when he flicks that car, he is on huge angle trying to slow that car, and he's 3 wheels off there already coming in there. So you can come in too fast and just really unsettles the car going in that fast sideways. So that'll be all she wrote. Unfortunately for the Estonian driver, Christian Salamer, we will see him back for round 2, hopefully. And hopefully a little bit of maybe it's something to do with setup that he's hoping for, but that car is rapid quick.
Yeah, that thing is insane. Hats off to him. That is a scary amount of commitment. And another thing is, I love his driver suit. My guy, hats off to you. You got style.
Absolutely, yeah. He is definitely one to watch in all of this. So
now we have Valeri in that gorgeous orange S13 hatch. And starting with the 79, we'll have to see what happens. Can they get a higher score? The Ukrainian is going to be going in hard with this S13, sounding amazing as well. Pretty sure it's a 2J, but look at the commitment into that first corner. Lovely through out one, perfect through out one as well. Absolutely on it right now. Lots of angle going into out of two. Lovely stuff so far. Lots of style, lots of flair. This is what we want to see. Plenty of speed into out of four. Absolutely firing the car through into out of five. Can he get through out of six perfectly? Let's see. Yes, oh, just dropping a tire there across the line. That was a crazy run.
Yeah, look at this initiation. So 94 kilometers an hour initiation here. This is the fastest we've seen anybody go in and properly hold it for the rest of the run as he gets it perfect through outer zone one. Lovely here through that Manji section. You can see him feeding that wheel ever so slightly in that cockpit, and he absolutely loads that car all on the left side, making sure he's getting as much grip down as possible to get out to outer zone 4 there. Lovely job there as he transitions back into this lovely decel here. Not even a handbrake. He uses the angle of the car to slow it down. When he gets here, just slightly wide of outer zone 6, but the rest of that run was clinical. Absolutely surgical here from the driver of Valery Shelikov, and that is a 91-point run for the Ukrainian driver. Drops him into 4th position overall. We will see how that goes the rest of qualifying, but he will be definitely happy with that. That is a savage run from the Ukrainian.
Oh yeah, plenty of style, lots of flair. That is exactly what we want to be seeing. That's what the judges want to see, and it reflects in the scores as we now have Lukas Sarada in the E92 at the line with a 62 so far. So he's got to really push it now to try and get a better score. As you can see with that crazy looking livery on that car as well. It's gorgeous. Nice big flick initiation going through into one. Kind of shallow on outer one once again though, as he comes around into outer two. Kind of just getting into there, but manages to pull it around back into outer three. As he comes around now to outer four, looking very nice. Big transition now into outer five. Very controlled, very stylish. And as he comes across the line from outer six, looking very good. And I've just realized this livery reminds me a lot of Juha Rittinen's livery. That is just come to mind.
Yeah, like this car again. So with these cars, they're a very big back end. They're very wide and they're very long. So when you're driving one of these, you really have to be aware of how big the back end is and how you're going to place it. So this can be very difficult if you're new to the chassis, or if you kind of started with these chassis, it can be very just natural to you. But you can see there in the first part of that run, he was kind of struggling to place that car exactly where he wanted it. The second part, he's actually doing quite a tidy job here as he powers down through the last section of the corner here on the drone cam, showing us everything that we need to see. And the judges as well have all of these camera angles and more than what we see. So they can definitely see everything that they need to see. The drone camera though for us is really the one that tells the story of the run and really how everything was acting with that car and how the driver dealt with it. So on the board, that's a 76-point run, improves the score, drops him into 28th position. He'll be hoping to hold on to that and get into top 32 tomorrow. I believe we do have a drop zone at the moment. I cannot see it at the moment, but we will try get that information for you. So on the line, we have Peter Stansek on the line, and he's in that 1 Series BMW. Looks gorgeous. I love it. That kind of hint of gold with the black is very, very nice. I'm a big fan of that. 725 horsepower under the bonnet of that BMW right there, as he waits for the start line marshal to give him the orders to look at them lights. And he will get the go-ahead to go very, very soon.
Definitely. I love the fact that you can just see the e-scooters in the background just cruising away. All the staff members getting around the track as the lights go green. Now, for this driver, we're going to absolutely throw it down into the main straight. That into out of Sorry, out of 2. Now we're back into out of 3. Looking very nice. Lots of speed, lots of commitment. Smoke bellowing out of the back of that car as he comes around into 5. Looking very good. Maybe a bit too deep there, but comes around now into 6. Just touching it as he comes across the line. Definitely not the nicest run that we've seen, but definitely not the worst.
Yeah, not very pleasing. You can see on the initiation, he loads the car up. He does just steer into try weight transfer that car in. Coming in here now, he's on the foot brake and gets that car planted. And he does do quite a tidy job around this outer zone, maybe dropping half a wheel there as he comes around. But the angle does shallow out when he is doing that. You can see every little input that you give these cars does have another reaction to it, so you're really trying to have to balance that out. Quite low angle getting between clip to clip and just about clipping that outer zone 6, so judges might not be happy with that one. We'll have to find out. And it's a 67, same as his first run, but it is outside of the top 32, so he will not make battle action tomorrow, unfortunately. So we will see him back for round 2 in just a couple of weeks' time.
That is very unfortunate. But once again, qualifying is where everyone separates. This is where the best of the best are being put against each other, and we need to filter out, essentially, for the top 32. We got to make sure that all of the people who are the best at this track get a chance to compete, and unfortunately not everyone is always going to be on their A game. But now we have Joachim Wagard in that M4 with a 64 on his first run, so let's see if we can get an improvement. Nice weight transfer there going into the initiation. Lovely line so far though, coming around, big transition. Oh, lots of angle, but manages to hold it. Massive flip going in towards out of 3. That is crazy. Plenty of grip to be spared in this BMW M4. Lots of angle. Another big backy going in towards out of 6. And what a run. That was crazy.
Yeah, really getting to grips with trusting this car and what he can do with it. So first run we saw him throw a huge backwards entry into that last section, but coming in here now in the start section, nice through the first 2 zones, very tight onto the cone there in the Monji section, throws a huge amount of angle, manages to keep the car on track there. I think that's using all the grip that BMW does have. This is a very large car, but it's very wide also, so he does have a lot of grip in that car that he can put to use. Coming around here now, we'll dial on a huge amount of angle. Not as much angle as last time, but a lot more smooth. So judges will be rewarding that, but a little bit wide of outer zone 6. So we'll see what the judges think of that, but I think definitely better than the first run for me anyway. That backwards entry on the first one really just kind of killed him, I think. And as we get the score in, a 75 point there drops him into 30th. Hopefully he will be safe for battle action tomorrow. Well, he'll be hoping anyway.
We'll have to see. He's very close to the drop zone. But here we go. We got Lukas Wilczek in that E46, getting ready to go and be sent down the main straight with all of the colours on that car in the world. I know a particular someone called Ryan Craig who would love that livery, as he has got a very similar E46 colour scheme. But as the lights go green, we now send him down the main straight as he comes around. Nice initiation there, nice and fast going through inner 1, just getting into outer 1, transitioning now into outer 2. Lovely stuff there, plenty of commitment, getting the throttle down, making sure he's got that nice outside line as he comes into 4, maybe a bit shallow into outer 4, but manages to bring it round and drag it across to 5 as he now enters 6. Kind of not the best run I've seen, but definitely not the worst. Once again, is going to be a big trend, I think. As you can see there, nice weight transfer coming through inner 1, looking very good there. Could have been a bit deeper in outer 2. Sorry, outer 1. I keep getting that. I'm so used to saying outer 2. Lovely stuff here though. Big transition as he comes to outer 2. Manages to keep it nice and wide. That's what we want to see, is a fluid wide line, and then you start bringing it towards the mid-track around here. That is what the judges have been asking to see, but obviously a bit too in the middle of the track. and unfortunately that just brought him a bit too shallow for out of 4, but manages to bring it nice back into out of 5. And just getting into out of 6, leaving a bit early, unfortunately. But we'll have to see what the judges think of that in the score. As we have our next driver up at the line. The start line marshal just making sure everything's alright. Look at the camera rig that our start line camera guy has as well. It is crazy. But now we have Lucas coming in with a 77, which puts him at 28th. So we'll have to see how that continues on in towards the latter half of qualifying. But now we have that full carbon Kevlar. Oh, actually, I'm not too sure. I think it's just the colour of the car.
Kevlar at all. It's just
it's just the colour. Awesome looking F22 though. Awesome looking 22 with Christoph with a 70 on the board to start with, so he's going to have to make a bit of room, Keane.
Absolutely. Big car here, sending that cone sideways. That cone is getting destroyed today. We're going to have to replace that before tomorrow. As he puts that car beautifully through that big power alley Manji section, as he powers the car right around the outer zone, coming through to outer zone 4 now as he transitions back and gets that car slowed down before outer zone 6 on the bank. Gets it positioned perfectly through that last section of the course. Very, very tidy job here. And again, that new age BMW, they've got a lot of grip in them. They're designed with their suspension to have anti-dive, anti-squat, so he can really trust what's going to happen with that car when he jumps that clutch out. And you can see there very nicely getting out of zone 2 as he powers the car around into 3. Quite a lovely car to drive, I would say. I'd love to know the in-depths of what kind of suspension setup he's running, whether it's Wisefab or something like that. But yeah, doing a very tidy job here, Brandon.
For sure, definitely looking decent. A lot more dialed in than the first run, I've got to say. And yeah, just not really many notes really for that run. It's pretty tidy, and it is going to reflect with an 84, putting him at 14th position. And look at him, oh, such a gentle looking fella.
Driving one of the meanest cars on grid. Yeah, so we move back to the line now. We have Kevin Verubel on the line with that Adam LZ-esque E36. He probably will not like me saying that, but that car is super sick. I love it.
Adam's car is Kevin style. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah, Adam LZ copping Kevin Verubel. But yeah, 800 horsepower in this E36. Really, really lovely looking car. Let's see if he can drive it as good as it looks as he flicks that E36 into initiation through inner clip 1 around outer zone 1. Lovely through the Manji section here. The amount of power going down through them rear wheels is insane. You can hear him hitting that limiter as he just drops outside outer zone 3. Powers the car into outer zone 4, transitions the car. Let's see how he deals with the decel. Very good job, very tidy there as he gets the car perfectly through outer zone 6, and across the line goes Kevin Verubel. Brandon, that was insane.
That was a lot of commitment into that run, as you can see there, going through inner 1, looking very committed, just managing to get the grip to get away from the dropping outside of that area near outer 1. And then as he comes through here, just a nice bit of decel to then settle the car back onto power, but unfortunately didn't get onto power soon enough, which then brought him shallow for 3, which unfortunately will be a deduction, but he manages to bring the car back out nice and wide for 4, maybe a bit shallower than he should have been, but obviously the line definitely shown that as he comes into 5, looking very good. And I love the throttle commitment coming through this section. He literally puts it onto angle and just keeps it on the throttle and powers through 6, and that is definitely how we want to be seeing that section.
Yeah, absolutely, and the score drops in as a 78-point run for Kevin Verubel. Not as good as his first, but he's still sitting 13th position, so that should be him fairly okay for qualifying or for battle action now later on, as we get a lovely overhead here of the track here in Słomczyn. We just have a car on track.
Cześć, Ola.
Oh, we have an interview.
Jak tam w domu się czujesz na Słomczynie?
Bardzo dobrze.
Czujesz, że to już... No nie oszukujmy się, no kto ma być liderką tego toru jak nie Ola Fio?
Nie wiem, nie umiem odpowiedzieć na to pytanie. Mam nadzieję, że twoje słowa będą prawdziwe i że dzisiaj będziemy w topce.
Czas pokaże, jak mawiał klasyk, ale pełna gotowość?
Wydaje mi się, że tak.
Przed każdą rundą tak jest. Ona do niej przychodzę, coś próbuję zagadać, on tak, no nie, tu tego nie wiem, tak, ale pewno moglibyśmy wyciągnąć średnią, bo jak mówiła, że jest super, to było tak falowało, a zazwyczaj jak są te takie rundy, kiedy mówi, że to potem oglądamy cię wysoko.
No nie wiem, wjechał mi lekki stresik, musiałam się odstresować przed chwilą, chwilę posiedzieć, poddychać, a jeszcze mi troszeczkę czasu zostało, ale nie popełniałam żadnych jakichś takich mocnych błędów na treningach, więc byle utrzymać to, co było na treningach, żeby głowa dowiozła, bo wszystko inne jest perfekcyjne.
To pierwszy raz chyba, kiedy gadamy, kiedy nie możemy nic tutaj powiedzieć, bo zazwyczaj było jakieś ale.
To prawda, a teraz już naprawdę nie mam na co zwalić, jak coś by mi się nie udało, więc musi się udać.
Czyli idziemy odstresowywać się, śpiewamy coś, tak? Kolorowy wiatr pewnie, czy?
Grałam sobie w taką gierkę muzyczną, udawałam, że jestem DJ-em, trochę się pobujałam i jest naprawdę dobrze.
Trzymamy kciuki za Olę Fijał, dzięki Ola.
Dziękuję.
Okay, so that was a nice little interview there with Alexandra Fial. And dziękuję, I actually understand. That is the one Polish word I do understand. So
I believe that means thank you, doesn't it?
yes, it does. And when I was
Yeah,
at
I was in
that was
Poland
my one word.
years ago. Years ago, I was at there for my cousin's wedding, and that is the one thing I remember is cześć is hello, and dziękuję is thank you. That is about as much as my Polish gets. But yeah, Alexander Fial doing a fairly good job this year, looking to prove a point. And obviously, we've got 3 women drivers in the pros category this year. Obviously, Sandra not making it to the line in that lovely BMW F22, making about 1,000 horsepower, had engine failure this morning just before qualifying, so that is unfortunate for her. But we do have Alexander Fial and Karolina Pilarczyk still on grid, still qualifying. So putting it out there for the women in motorsport. Love to see it. Love to see more women drivers in the European scene.
Definitely. One thing to mention, going back to the whole language thing with Polish, I do remember tak means yes, I'm pretty sure as well.
Yeah, tak means yes, I believe, yeah.
Yes. See, we're English speaking first, so obviously learning new languages, bit of a barrier. I mean, I could do a bit of Japanese, but I've spent a lot of time there. If anyone knows Ryusei Akiba, Drift Games driver last season for Drift Masters, I was his spotter, and I'm also one of his drivers for the sim team. But yeah, like spending time out in Japan was definitely interesting, and obviously,
who knows? We might get better at Polish by the end of this.
Fingers
we might
crossed.
learn a little
fingers
bit.
crossed. Honestly, it's a very accessible language in the UK, especially. So
the same here in Ireland. I've got a lot of Polish friends, so I might try learn some Polish maybe.
Oh yeah, it's definitely an interesting language. But as you can see there, we do have a driver back at the line now, as we just wait for our Starlight Marshals to get everything together.
So the fully naked carbon Kevlar 200 SX there, look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? Running them extreme tires there is Salt Homan as he waits on the line to get the go ahead.
He is eager to get going.
Oh, so would I. If you're sitting on the line for a long period of time, I'm sure you get restless when you're sitting behind 613 horsepower.
Definitely, and as you can hear, he's absolutely revving the heck out of that engine. With an 86 on the board already, he's got some work to do, but at the same time, he doesn't have to do anything too crazy. It's quite a safe score to have. As you can see, they're just missing out of 1 though. Big flick into out of 2. That was perfect into out of 2, but just all bobbling there as he went into 3. Kind of struggling, but as he comes around now into out of 4, getting it nice there. Big flick into out of 5. Lovely stuff. A lot of throttle commitment as he comes around now. Oh, just missing 6. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be an improvement. But one thing I did notice, Keed, is if you look at the side of the car where the sun hits it, you can actually see through the carbon Kevlar and see the inner door bars.
Well, that's how you know that's why a lot of guys are going for the Kevlar now. It's completely lightweight, but it is flexible is the other thing. So you see guys having a huge bumper budget when they have fiberglass because they go through so many fiberglass bumpers and they break and crack and all that. Kevlar doesn't really do that. It's quite a robust material, but it's also very lightweight. So doing a good job here in that fully carbon Kevlar 200SX is Sult. Little bit of a bobble here and there, and really maybe just trying to get to grips with that car again after the off season. You see him missing outer zone 6 there, but we'll see the scores drop in on what happens here as he moves back to his pit lane in the back there. Big thank you to our sponsors, Motul, at our start line, and that's a 70-point run, and that's 9th position with his earlier run of an 86 there on the board for Sult Homan. And moving along, we have Lukasz Tashkemi on the line as he flicks down that visor, gets ready to absolutely destroy the limiter on that car, running them extreme tires at S14, looking unbelievably nice. 750 horsepower as we wait for the start line.
93.
He's got a
He's already
93 on the board
93.
already. He is waiting to give another savage run, put a show on here for the crowd that's in Słomczyn at the moment, as he flicks that S14 nice and wide, tidy through the first section, kind of a little bit wide on the inner clip there as he transitions back into the outer zone. And he's just dropping wheels, and he's very wide here. Is the driver driving this S14 as he powers back into outer zone 4 and through outer zone 5, deselling that car with a lot of angle, and through outer zone 6. I think we could be looking at a 0 there. He went very wide. I think that might have been 3 wheels off, Brandon.
Potentially, that was a very fast run, and obviously with his previous score, he's got nothing else to lose. He could just go hard, and hopefully he doesn't break the car, which he didn't. But as you can see here, coming into 2, out of 2, perfect on the outside line. But as you can see, maybe as he put the power down, hitting that painted line actually lost him grip, potentially. As you can see there, it starts to pull in, but very unfortunate there, going through and dropping, as that could have been a very, very good run.
Yeah, Lukasz, we know he's a good driver. Look at his first score. There's a 93 on the board already. Like, this man is well able to steer, so we'll see what score drops in now for him, but I would hazard a guess to say that it is a 0, and it is. So that's 3 wheels off there. He is currently sitting in 2nd position. So hopefully we can see what happens with the rest of it. And we've David on the mic here.
Yeah, exactly as you are saying. We're definitely seeing 2 wheels. The 3rd wheel, it doesn't change anything much. But this is something what is happening normally. Like, if you know that you're having 93 points on your score, then you're just pushing hard. And when you're pushing hard, to put a 0 mistake, it's very easy.
There we go. Thank you, David, for that explanation. Our judges keeping an eagle eye out on everything that is going on the track, and they're doing an insane job. So without our judges, we wouldn't be able to be doing this. But of course, pushing very hard with a big score previously. That is going to happen, but he's putting on a show.
These judges as well, they've got a hell of a lot of experience behind them. Like, if you look at David, he's been around for as long as I can remember, pretty much, in drifting. He has been a very key person for a lot of championships, including Drift Masters. He's been around there pretty much since the start, I will believe. But he does not miss a whole pile, I wouldn't say. So on the line now, we have another of the Fiat family, Mateusz Fiat, in that lovely CN6 candy red. Looks unbelievable. I don't want him to put a livery on that. I want him to keep it like that. That is perfect.
It's funny because his number is 666, but he's got a 66 in his score as well, and it's in that almost devilish red. So very, very on brand with the driver number. But here we go. Big initiation, lots of speed, lots of grip as well as he pulls around from outer 1, looking very fast into outer 2, looking very good. Just a bit of a bobble there going around into outer 3, trying to keep the car on the line that he should be on as he transitions now into 5, looking very nice as he comes into 6. Very, very smooth through there, but just a bit wide. and across the line. Lots of speed and commitment though.
Yeah, definitely. There's something I'm really noticing with a lot of guys at the moment coming through this Manji section. If you look at the rear wheel and when he transitions back here, the tires almost popping off the rim. This is how low the pressures the guys are running in those rear tires to get that grip down as much as possible. You can see the bottom of the wheel flexing, the bottom of the tire flexing to get as much grip down as possible. But not a bad run there from Mateusz, as he does quite a tidy job, does what he needs to do to get that car to all the clipping zones. A lot of speed, a lot of decent angle throughout the whole run there. So we'll see what judges think about it, but I'm thinking that will be a decent score on the board as you see some rubber fly off the inside of his car at the front there.
One thing to note, Kid, is maybe these tire pressures being so low is actually not benefiting them with all of the grip they're getting. They're gripped up too much, and that's putting them in quite shallow. Obviously, it is an improvement with the 77, which runs them at 27th. But I do think the pressures are too low, and that is really biting them. And obviously, in that case, it worked for them. But I don't know how that will be for battles.
You do see it a lot in Drift Masters where there's guys running tire pressures as low as like 8 psi in the tires, and they do DB the tire if they hit something just that little bit wrong. But it is very much down to car setup and car what kind of wheels you're using. A lot of guys do use top quality wheels that are proven. So as we move across the line now to the next driver in that lovely S15, as he's perfect through outer zone 1, and then he transitions back into outer zone 2.
Oh,
as he rides the line perfectly. 92 kilometers an hour entry here as he drives that car, pedals it all the way down into the decel zone, piles on the angle to get perfectly around outer zone 6 and across the line. Brandon, what a run!
Definitely a massive improvement, I'd say, from his first run. Lots of style and flair going into inner clip 1 here, as you can see, coming around to outer clip 1, bang on, and his outside line coming through the section. As you can see, he holds it, then transitions as he starts to come to the rumble, which sets him up perfectly for outer 2. And this is the best outside line I've seen all day so far. Perfect through 3. That is exactly what we want to be looking for as he comes around now into 4. Crazy driving here, and it's a lovely transition as always. Perfectly floats out through 5, and it sets him up beautifully for outer 6. Maybe he's just going a bit too deep here. Obviously doesn't connect with it properly, but manages to come across the line. A very nice run there. And I've just seen in the chat we've got someone from Florida watching, so big love from Florida coming through. But there's an 86 putting him into 7th position, moving on into the top 32. But now we have the Max Racing PS13, which is piloted by Marek. And wow, what a car. This is something, kid.
Absolutely, yeah. This car is unbelievable. Like I said earlier, when this car got released on Instagram and stuff, I thought everything was in black and white. Nah, that's just the car. The car is in 100% grayscale, and I love it. I think it looks super aggressive. It's the perfect balance of form and function. This car is an absolute unit of a vehicle. So we'll see him absolutely initiate that S13. Nice and perfect. He misses outer zone 2 a little bit there, a little bit shallow as he fires that S13. Misses outer zone 3 as well, and big angle, and drops in very close here. Has to straighten and pull out of that. Unfortunately for Marek, that is, that's not ideal. He will not be happy with that at all. Let's break that down, Brandon. So let's see here. He initiates lovely here. Does he get? He does. He gets onto the curve, and that kind of sends him a little bit awkward coming into outer zone 1 there. And when he flicks back here, he's putting on so much throttle from early that forces him on huge angle and pushes him all the way down the track, and he has to pull out there before he hits that curve, because that curve would do damage to that car. So yeah, not ideal there.
That was a situation of it was just a case of he was in the wrong place, he couldn't commit to it, and unfortunately that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, and he does sit outside of the drop zone. Unfortunately, won't be seeing any battle action with that 70, which puts him at 36th. So hopefully we'll see Merrick in round 2 in that awesome looking car. And obviously you were mentioning about grayscale, and that brings me back to my old livery, my old frontside racing livery, and I'm a sucker for that black and white kind of color scheming. It really pops, and obviously you ran that livery yourself.
I did indeed.
It
I've just
is,
noticed something about Arthur Harvilenko's car. He has love heart wheels.
Really?
He has love heart wheels. I respect it. That is cool. So Arthur Harvilenko, as he leaves the line, fires that GT86 into the initiation point into outer zone 1, transitions back quite wide there, and he's got to get through outer zone 2, firing that GT86 hard through the rest of that wide outer zone as he pushes it down into the decel here now, rotating that car ever so slightly around through outer zone 6 and across the line. Quite a fast run there from Harvilenko. Brandon, let's break it down.
Yep, definitely a lovely initiation here. As you can see, plenty of speed, plenty of commitment, lovely through inner 1, and gets through outer 1 very nicely. Could have been a bit deeper, but transitions nice there as he comes around. And as you can see, that late transition coming in towards outer 2 is definitely rewarding a lot of drivers. But as you can see here, there is a bubble here going into outer 3, which will deduct him, as they want to see smooth, consistent angle. And it's just not the nicest to chase, as you can see, kind of coming in a bit shallow into outer 4, and here just makes a little correction going into outer 5 as he comes around, and it does put his line off a little bit. So coming through, and that little bubble obviously could have upset his line a little bit. It's almost like a domino effect.
Yeah, really, a lot of these things with drifting, you know yourself, Brandon, like. And for the people who don't at home, who might not know, and we just get the score, here's a 76 for Arthur Harvilenko. Domino effects are a huge thing with drifting. Everything has a knock-on effect. So you initiate wrong, that's going to affect the entire run for you. Like and especially with a track like this where everything is very flowy. I think driver is getting a little bit hot on the line here. It is quite warm there today, as far as I know.
I need one of those. I need one of those for myself.
Yeah, I don't think my mic would like that too much, but I do really wish I'd had one of them.
So we have how did you say that name?
Jakic, I believe.
Jakic, with a 49 on the board, so he's got to put everything on the table for this run if he wants to get into the top 32 tomorrow. And unfortunately just kind of coming short on outer 1, but can he get it into outer 2? Just touches it. There's way too much grip in some of these cars, and as you can see, it is really showing as he pulls away from the zones more than filling them. As he comes around now in towards outer 6, really struggling to get... Oh no, what happened there? As he potentially popped a shaft.
Well,
he might have clutch kicked a bit. It looked like he clutch kicked a little bit too hard, and he could have broken a shaft potentially.
Possibly there, yeah. Looking like he was a little bit off outer zone 1 there as he flicks around. There seems to be a lot of grip in that car. As he fires it down through outer zone 2, just about catching it there. Lovely through outer zone 3 here. Just maybe dropping about half a tire there when he's coming around. Let's see. So this is the section where it's really telling. So he's off outer zone 4. When he transitions back here, let's see. Does he handbrake? He does not. He just dumps the clutch. But he is forced down. And it looks like, yeah, he might have popped a shaft. There's only smoke there when he was coming on and off the clutch from one of the wheels. So maybe done in a shaft there, Brandon.
Yep, definitely, and unfortunately that will be a 0 for that run, which then puts him in 42nd, so we will not be seeing him in the top 32, unfortunately, so hopefully he'll come back stronger next round in DMP 2025. But we now have Carolina at the start line in that T-Mobile S15 Rocket Bunny kit. S15, I do believe, and I'm pretty sure it's running a V8. Obviously, she had a 0 in her first run, so hopefully she can put a score on the board this time and get into the main battles, as that is where every driver wants to be. As we just wait our start line marshal to prepare, just making sure that the track's clear, as he now gets the attention of the driver. Are you ready? Watch the lights as the lights go red, and Now, here we go. Carolina getting ready for a run. Lights go green. Here we go. Firing that S15 down the main straight. Nice flick initiation there. Going into inner one. Outer one could have been a bit deeper, but not too shabby so far compared to the first run as she comes around now into outer three. Looking pretty solid and lots of speed and commitment. A beautiful out through outer one. Out 4, don't know where I got out 1 from, as she comes around now into out 6. Lovely stuff and finishing off that run strong.
Yeah, Carolina, obviously a veteran of this championship. She's been around for a number of years, so let's break it down. When she initiates here, lovely through inner clip 1 and into outer zone 1 there, just about catching it. When she transitions back here, she is actually quite tight to that cone. Now, she'll transition back. She does catch the curb a little bit, but she does manage to fill the zone there with her bumper rather than her wheels. So the judges will take a note of that. Same with outer zone 3. When she powers around to outer zone 4, this is kind of where the run actually kind of becomes a little bit better for her. She transitions back here and a little bit loss of angle, but then she starts to pedal the car in so she can catch nicely through outer zone 6. Maybe a little bit wide there, but good job from Karolina Pilarczyk, and she'll be kind of happy with that run. I think that's an 80-point run. That's her in 24th position, so we should see her for battle action tomorrow, I believe. I don't think there's many drivers that can actually knock her down out of that position. Next in line we have Tobias Pushan.
I've just seen in the chat we've got people from South Africa also tuning in, so people around the world coming to watch this amazing competition. Thank you for tuning in. And now we have Tobias on the line, like you said, with a 76, so he's got to get a bit more out of it as he fires it down the main straight. Big initiation going in, lots of speed, lovely into outer one as he comes around now. Big transition. Is he going to get into outer 2? Just coming up short. Once again, doing that little earlier of a transition is kind of not rewarding them as much as he transitions now into outer 5, getting that dialed in as he comes around now. Lovely stuff as he comes across the line, and that livery is so cool.
Yeah, it's a very cool car, very cool livery. I'm pretty sure that is Kevlar too, so if we're having a look at this, he gets nicely into inner clip 1, nicely into outer zone 1. When he transitions here again, a lot of guys going in tight, a lot of guys going wide. He's actually quite nicely in the middle there, not getting into that curve, but in turn he is missing that outer zone 2. It's a very catch-22 there. You either hit the curb and fill the zone, or you don't hit the curb and you're possibly not filling the zone at all. Misses outer zone 3 as well as he powers the car around into outer zone 4. Transitions the car. Let's see what he does with the decel here. Yeah, just a bit of a handbrake drag there coming through, and when he rotates the car around, he does set himself up quite nicely for that last zone and across the line. So, not a bad run overall, quite good. Technically, very, very close to what they're looking for, the judges. I do see a car being pulled away there from the line, and that's a 74, and he is sitting on the drop zone. So 74 is our drop zone, Brandon. 32nd position for 76 is the drop zone. 76 is our drop zone. Tobias Pushan sitting on that drop zone there. So we'll go back to the line. We have Bartosz Palika there in that 1 series.
Yep, gorgeous 1M. Currently sitting on a 0 though, so he's got a lot to work for. Once again, another Polish national driver in that 1M, firing it out of the chicane. Let's see what he's got for us now in that BMW 1M. Nice flick initiation there, lovely through inner 1, but just coming out a bit too shallow for out 1. But can he get into outer 2? Yes, he can. Lovely stuff so far. Keeping it nice and wide. A little bit left foot brake, bit shallow on outer 3. And manages to have the speed, the commitment, the angle as he comes around now in the last transition to 5. Lovely stuff. Manages to fill out very nice. Oh, but just almost over angling and almost missing out on 6 as he comes across the line.
Yeah, let's break this down then. So 1 series, quite a short car. There's a lot of rotational momentum. I did mention that earlier on. So he is a little bit short of outer zone 1 there as he transitions through the Manji section here, comes back, and he does clip that curb there, does manage to fill that outer zone very, very nicely. So his powers around here, nice, just about clips outer zone 3, drops into that mid section of the track. That's what judges are looking for. He struggling to see that outer clip there on outer zone 4. Now again, a lot of rubber being laid down. Starts to decel the car, nicely putting on the angle, but just too much angle, and it just kind of catches him. He will get points for it. It isn't a 0, but it is definitely a deduction, I would think.
For sure, my guy. It's unfortunately the demons are coming out in these runs today. The temperatures are constantly fluctuating, so it is always unpredictable for these drivers. But it is a 68. But unfortunately, that will mean Bartosz Belinka will not be in the top 32 battles tomorrow. So hopefully, we'll come back stronger for the next round. But now we have your favorite car kid, that Opel GT, ran by Dominic Kerr, and yeah, this thing's got the world's biggest end plates.
It does indeed, and something that I just caught, he is running a quick change diff in that, so I'd love to actually go through that car and see what's engineering-y behind that. That's my kind of background. That's what I love watching with a lot of these cars. Might see kind of find videos on it, but as Dominic Kerr fires into the first section, does those first 2 clips very, very nicely of this car. Very, very snappy car, very short, as he fires that car around the outer zones, missing outer zone 3 there, possibly, as he fires that car to outer zone 4, decels the car on the handbrake around the bank and then across the line, nice and tidy across that outer zone 6 as well. So we'll have a look at this here. So be very nice and quick through them first 2 sections, and when he transitions here, you can see how quick this car rotates. It's bang and then bang again, how quickly he can get to lock. But what happened here is, I think he's just on that little bit too much angle, and when he's putting on that power, the grip in the car is just forcing him down ever so slightly, so he does miss that outer zone. But you see, he shallow off the angle there to get onto outer zone 4, brings it nicely around to outer zone 5, just about clips that, I think, bringing it around to outer zone 6. So Brandon, I think Dominic Kerr maybe fighting a few things with that car, but really getting the grips with it with an 83, sitting 14th from his first run. So I believe we're going to have an interview here now.
Victor Wetemark is with us. Hello.
Hello.
How do you feel about the new season of DMP?
Yeah, I feel it's great so far. I haven't prepared the car fully and tested it before this round, so we're kind of testing the car now. But yeah, the season starts well, I think.
And what about the last season, because you were starting on DMP, and this one once again?
Yeah, last year I didn't figure out the grip level before I went here, so I had struggled with that. But now I'm prepared and think I have the right setup for this kind of competition.
You can see the like a next level of DMP, because we have like a lot of driver from Sweden, from Denmark, from Czech Republic right now. How do you feel about the level of this competition?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's good that it's a lot of other European drivers. So I think this might be the next European Championship. So yeah, that's good for me. The level of drivers are really great here. So.
Okay, so have a good luck on DMP 2025.
Yeah, thank you.
And there you have it. Lovely little interview there. And I've got to say, I was just, during that whole interview, I was just looking at those wheels. They are stunning. I love them. I'm pretty sure they're Kansai wheels.
Yeah, I think there might be Kansai's. That car, though, really kind of reminds me of Forrest Wang's cars. I did mention it earlier.
Yeah.
With that, just
Definitely.
the colouring of it as well is very Forrest Wang-esque. But a lovely car, S14-9 there is very, very sweet. As we move back to the line, Brandon, who do we have?
We have Martin Niemann. Oh God, I am really butchering names today.
Marcin Niemann.
Martin, honestly, I am so sorry, but he's starting on an 85, so he's in a decent spot for getting into the battle action in that F22. But the lights go green. He goes for his second run now. Can he improve on that 85 as he fires it down that main straight? Lots of speed, big flick initiation, maybe coming a bit shallow into inner one, but gets out of one perfectly as he comes around now into outer two. Lovely stuff there. Maybe coming in a bit shallow for three, just getting into there nicely. Coming around now 2 out of 4. Lovely stuff for filling that perfectly as he comes into the last transition, filling out of zone 5 and coming around to 6. Lovely stuff as he comes across the line. Very tidy run.
Yeah, very nice here from Marcin. He does enter very, very nicely here. Just about misses that inner zone. Sorry for that. He transitions nice and beautifully here through that center section and places his car very, very nicely. Again, judges are looking at placement of the car as well, so there's an extra 10 points there from our 4th judge. So dropping that car down, there's another thing where they'll be looking for placement of that mid-track coming from 3 to 4. When he transitions the car here though, he is on not a huge amount of angle. He starts to dial on the angle quite late, and what that ends up doing is pushing him down a little bit when he gets the power back on. So we'll see what we're thinking here. So the score does drop in. It's a 90-point run. I don't know what I'm talking about, Brandon. That's 6th position for Marcin Neyman. I just need to stop talking. I think that is way better than I thought it was the score. As we move back to the line to a Czech Republic driver, Zednik. Again, we are struggling with names here. I'm going to have to go do a whole lot of research on how to say names. But this E46 that Brandon thought it was an E36 earlier on, but an E46 coupe running about 860 horsepower, 77 on his first run. So a little bit of work to do here on his second run.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you?
Oh no, never. You are never living that down. As he fires into initiation here, lovely through clip 1 and clip 2 as he transitions back here, shoots the car for clip 3, fills that zone lovely as he powers that E46 lovely around that wide line, drops in mid-track and out through zone 4, decells the car on the handbrake, getting it out and around a little bit, very wide there of outer zone 6 as he crosses the line.
Let's get things straight, Ian. I couldn't see the headlights properly. I thought it was the 36. It's my bad, but it's not my fault the front end is so dark. But let's
I
go
let
into
you
this
make
one.
a mistake that time anyway, so let's go through it here, Brandon.
So looking very nice and consistent, lots of speed, nice bit of angle coming through out of 3. Look at the line here though, beautiful, nice and smooth, no wavering in the angle. That is what you want to see as it comes around to 4. Could have been a bit deeper there once again. A lot of people seem to be shallowing out onto that zone. Nice bit of a little handbrake drag there to decel the car. Could have been deeper once again, and that just sets him up to be a bit too deep going into out of 6. But obviously we'll have to see what the judges think of that, because like you were saying earlier, we don't know nothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of hesitant to say anything anymore because every time I do say something, the judges give me a slap in the face. So we'll see what the judges make of that one. We'll let them do the talking and not us. But yeah, I'm very excited now for the rest of the season. Looking at the talent level here is just insane, Brandon.
Oh yeah, there is too much talent to even comprehend, to be honest. And the driver level just seems to go up every year, every time, and it is always consistent in the way it goes up. And it is good to see. And it's but between both classes, they are both insane. Semi-pro and pro, absolutely insane work. But on the drivers in the off season, doing a lot of testing, a lot of practice, and a lot of training to improve on their own driving, being very self-critical. That is never a bad thing in drifting. Being self-critical is good if you can keep it under control, because if you're too critical on yourself, you'll then just, it's not as fun. So it's always good to be self-critical in a sense of being able to just enjoy it. But that is a 77 once again from the Czech Republic. He has matched with his previous score, so he's still at 28th. So we'll have to see how that lands up as we go towards the last few runs. But we got Alexandra Fial now on the line in that S13 hatch, looking very nice. Love the colour on that. Got that little bit of baby blue mixed with all like a seafoam green with the black. And the liveries are looking very good this season as the lights go green. 78 on the board for Alexandra, so we'll have to see what she can do for a second run. Nice clutch kick entry there. Maybe potentially a handbrake snap, but look at that. Lovely through out of 1, transitioning into out of 2. Oh, could have been a bit deeper there, but manages to come back around 4 out of 3. Are we going to see a bit of shallowness on 4? Not really. It was quite nice through there. A nice big transition into out of 5 as she comes now around out of 6. Lovely for out of 6 and across the line. Very nice, tidy run there.
Yeah, Alexandra Fiel, we heard her in an interview there earlier on. She said, thank you, and that's all I got. But yeah, doing a very, very tidy job here is Alexandra when coming through the first 2 sections there. Very, very nice. Manji section, pretty well placed. Does run that little bit of curb, does force her in a little bit. So some guys running that curb and managing to fill the zone, some guys run the curb and then it's pushing them out. So it does matter when you are getting onto the power there in that section. As she comes into outer zone 4 here, she does a very, very tidy job here. And when she decells the car, uses the angle of the car to get around and slow the car, uses the bank there a lot to her advantage to rotate the car around, and that was very, very well timed from that M Tuning PL driver.
Definitely. Just waiting on that score to come through, I think. Yes, we are. Oh, it's been a long day so far, but it's been a really, really good one. I hope you're all enjoying the show as Alexandra's score comes through. And here's an 80, making an improvement for run 2, putting her in 23rd position. So she'll be sat very nicely, ready for top 32 tomorrow.
So yeah, if we go back to the line here, the Motul start line, we have Utasi on the line, I believe. Yep, Peter Utasi getting ready to go in that F22 BMW. This guy has an insane amount of speed, an insane amount of grip, and an insane amount of power. 950 horsepower, and that's the weirdest S13 I've ever seen. So he will leave the line, start to spin them wheels, flick that car, lovely big weight transfer entry there in that F22 as he powers that F22 around through the Manji section, gets onto the curb a little bit, leaves outer zone 2 a little bit early, and just about clips outer zone 3. Forcing that car around perfectly onto outer zone 4. Decels, a little bit of a handbrake there after the decel zone from him as he crosses the line there. We'll break this down, Brandon.
Definitely not bad whatsoever. Lots of commitment. Obviously just getting a bit too shallow into inner 1 there. Sets up good for outer 2, or should I say outer 1, but obviously missing inner 1 is a major problem for your points, as you don't want to be really missing any clips in any form. But look at this camera. One thing I've been appreciating this whole time is this camera. How cinematic that looks. That is gorgeous. Props
you really
to the media
get a good
team.
Gauge of speed with that camera.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's perfect.
Even when it's in slow-mo, you get a good gauge.
Oh yeah. Not a bad run though here in this BMW proper, really pushing it. Obviously just a few mistakes at the start of the run.
Yeah, I can't really remember what his first run score was, but we'll see it here now. So it was a 77 on his first run and an 85 on his second run, drops him into 13th position. So I believe he will be safe for top 32 action as we're getting into the last 11 drivers in our grid here. So
yes, we are. We are finally in the final stretch.
Yes, it is. Kamil Horecki on the line, the Polish national, 84 in his first run, Brandon.
Yep, so 84 on the board. To be fair, it's quite a safe spot to be, so we'll have to see what he can do. See if he can get any further up in that, because it will put him at a certain point in the battle tree. But look at that in outer 1, absolutely pinpoint perfect. Lovely through outer 2. This is looking like a very good line so far, looking very good through outer 3. Will he get deep into 4? Yes, he will, as he transitions now across 2-5. Looking very strong in this run so far, coming around into 6. Lovely stuff there. That is what we want to see. That is amazing driving.
Yeah, very tidy here from Horecki. Just a little bit wide off inner clip 1 there, and then perfectly through outer zone 1 as he flicks back here. Not really to angle as quick as he'd like, but he does manage to fill the entirety of that outer zone 2, which is what a lot of people have been struggling in. This is the highest points in the track overall in these 3 clips between outer zone 2, 3 and 4. So when he comes through here, let's see how he handles the decel here, because it was very, very tidy. comes through, fills outer zone 5 very, very nicely, uses the angle and the bank to his advantage to push that car into the right line to where he wants it and gets across the line very, very clean. That run was very fluid, which is another thing, like I said earlier, they are marking quite heavily on these things. Fluidity and commitment are 15 points each, 30 points, and that does improve his score by 3 points, gets him an 87 on the board, drops him into 8th position. So Kamil Horecki, we will see him tomorrow in battle action.
Yes, indeed. And now up on the line, we have Pavel Hudacek. I think that's how you say it. Hudacek. Yes, in that carbon fiber 350Z with that crazy engine setup. Obviously, currently sat on a 0, hitting the kitty litter in his first run, but hopefully he's sorted out any issues that were in the car. And we'll have to see what he can do with his second one. He's got to put it all on the cards to get into the top 32. Nice big flick initiation. Lovely through inner 1 so far. Lovely through outer 1. Big flick now, getting through this section of the course. Perfect through outer 2. Coming around now onto outer 3, looking very nice. Consistent angle, lots of speed, plenty of opportunities here for a good score as he comes through 5, looking very dialed in now, and it is a massive difference compared to his first run and across the line. What a second run, should I say, not first.
Yeah, really good here. It's nice to see a 350Z in a pro championship, not a car that you do usually see in a pro championship. I do like them, you do see them a lot in the States. As fun little training cars, and a lot of guys even here in Ireland use them as training cars. The likes of the Shannons do use them quite a bit, so they are a very proven chassis. You can see here doing a very good job is Hudacek as he comes around through outer zone 4, fills the line, I would say, on sector 3 very, very nicely. Will get a very, very handsomely rewarded for that as he comes around into clip 6 here, very tidy again. So I think we could be looking at a very good score here for the Czech driver of Hudacek.
Definitely.
And as he drops in, it's an 84. So gone from a 0 to an 84, and we will see him in top 32 action tomorrow. Good saving grace run there from Pavel Hudacek as we move it back to the line to Dariusz Fabiszek. Oh, it's not. It isn't.
It's Fabian.
I've gotten ahead. It's Fabian Dorozinski.
I'm pretty sure Dariusz Fabiszek had his car, I think he had mechanical issues earlier, and I think that has written him off out of competition, unfortunately. But Fabian, now in Fabio Dorinsky in that, I think it's an S15 or an S49, starting with a good qualifying score to begin with, but looking very nice in his run so far, but unfortunately not just struggling to find out 2 properly, but manages to get back into out 3 properly. Coming around now into out 5, lovely stuff, keeping it nice and wide as he comes around to 6, looking solid and across the line.
Yeah, so let's break this down here, Brandon. So Dorozinski coming in, nice entry, good angle as he comes across that B line there, and into outer zone 1. So when he transitions back here, good angle. He wants to be on that kind of max angle as you come across them cones. When he transitions back here, he is on that curb. It does drop him down a little bit, but he does manage to power the car back up and get up onto outer zone 3. When he's coming around here, he does drop down again, exactly the placement that the judges are looking for. You can see that black line where everybody has been. So out onto outer zone 4, very, very tidy there from him, the Icelandic driver. And when he comes around here, does manage to slow the car nice and gently through, so he can grab that outer zone 6 perfectly across the line.
Definitely. Just want to give a big shout out to my mum. She's watching that in my business, but an 89 there for Fabian Dorinsky, so that puts him in 7th, getting 1 point above. Lovely stuff there.
Yeah, so we are hearing that Fabiszek is having car issues, so that is why he did not make it to the line.
That is very unfortunate, but we've got possibly one of my favourite cars, or favourite S chassis in this championship, which is Victor.
We have a lot of favourite cars.
Yeah, we do. I just love the style of this one, but he's sitting on an 86 so far. But so let's see what this S chassis can do. Big flick initiation. Obviously, you saw him in the interview talking about how his car was feeling a lot better in competition this season. Look at the snappiness of him. So much speed, so much commitment. Bit of a bubble there as he comes around to outside zone 3. But look at the speed of Victor as he comes around now in the transition to outside zone 5. Looking very solid, very committed. Lovely throughout zone 6 and lots of speed coming across the line. Yeah, he's definitely not lying about his setup.
Yeah, a lot of guys starting to follow this S14-9 recipe now with, you had the likes of James Dean build one, you've had Forrest Wang who's done a lot of like in-depth analysis on these. There's a lot of people looking at these now going, yeah, this is probably the best setup that you can get. And we can see here, this man absolutely proven that point. Look at the amount of, he was talking earlier about the grip levels. He was underprepared last year. Now this year he's reset. I know he's running them extreme tires on that car. Very, very soft compound tire. That most Drift Masters guys do run as well. So you can see him utilizing a lot of that grip there. And you can see the amount of tire smoke there from that car too. There's a very good indicator that that car has a lot of grip dialed into it. So we'll see what he drops in. There's an 83, not as good as his first run, but he's still sitting in 10th position with that 86 from run 1. And we will see him now tomorrow as well. We can start confirming drivers into this.
Definitely. And now we have Orest in that E. Oh no, I thought it's an E chassis for some reason, but it's an S14. And yeah, there is so much going on with this livery, and I love it. I just love how unique every car is in this championship so far. That is one of my favourite parts about all of this. Just seeing how unique all the different builds are and having a lot of personalisation in every single car. And it really highlights their character. As you can see, the lights go red and now they go green. There we go. Here we go. Sending this S14 down the main straight. Big flick initiation. Lots of speed. Going through inner 1, lovely, catching outer 1 perfectly there as he transitions now towards outer 2. Bit of a handbrake drag, but manages to get outer 2 perfectly. Look at the speed on this S14 as he comes around outer 3, coming around to outside zone 4. Perfect on that outside line as he transitions now for 5. Very deep as he comes around to the last clip now on 6. Lovely stuff and across the line. Very, very nice run.
Yeah, Orest doing everything in his power there to get into the show. So let's just have a look here. So first 2 sections, people are starting to nail that now. Here he's on that angle that he needs coming through that Manji section. When he transitions back here, he fills that outer zone 2 and gets on power perfectly. And you can see there he's getting the power down exactly where the grip is, and that's where all that speed came from. He knows exactly where he needs to put that power down. That will really stand to him in battles now tomorrow when he's in the lead and the chase. So coming down into the D-cell here now, you can see how the car's attitude slightly changes a little bit, where he's trying to dial on the angle to slow the car down and work with that bank. That bank can throw a lot of drivers if you're not used to it. It can be a very big learning curve, excuse the pun, but to get to grips with. It does change how you have to drive the car through that, and a lot of guys, if they're used to driving a lot of flat tracks, that can actually really hinder them in competition, trying to learn how to drive on that little bit of a bank.
Definitely. It is not an easy part of the course, and it is definitely showing. Hopefully, it's just, honestly, the talent is insane. To deal with these kind of conditions with the heat and also the banked sections. 87 though for Orest, putting him in 9th position. Lovely stuff there for the Polish national driver, number 155. Oh, I got 115 from. But yeah, no, these guys are pushing their cars to the limit. They were pushing themselves to the limits. It's awesome to see. But we've got Peter Kowalski. Oh god, I really struggle with this last name. Peter
Kozłowski.
Kozłowski, thank you. He's sitting on an 80 currently as he knocks down the cone with a big flick initiation with that twin turbocharged V8 in that S15. Kind of a bit shallow once again onto outer 1 though. But can he get into outer 2? Just almost touching it there. Kind of struggling once again to get it where it needs to be, but he manages to bring it out nice and wide for 4 as he now comes into the transition for 5, looking to fill that nicely like he did there, and across through 6 and across the line.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. So that twin turbo is sticking out the bonnet. I'm sorry, is one of the coolest things ever. Need to point that out. But let's have a look at the actual run here. So coming from the Manji section is quite impressive there as he gets to a little bit shallow onto that outer zone 2. Bringing it back then, outer zone 3, he doesn't really manage to fill that whole zone because of where he was in outer zone 2. Now manages to fix it for outer zone 4 and paints the white line black. Coming into the decel here, transitions the car, gets that handbrake, and see the car start to rotate around there nice and quick for him. But when he gets that quick rotation, it does drop him out, and then he does manage to fill halfway through that outer zone there. So we'll see what he gets, and that is an 87, so he does better his score, drops him into 10th position for Peter Kozłowski. When we go back to the line here, Brandon, we have one of your favorite cars.
I mean, a Boss S14, not my favorite kit in the world.
No, it really is not
honest.
my favorite kit in the world. My car builder for the sim has made me drive a Bosket S14 because he knows I don't really like them that much. But this car is an animal of a car. As Magic starts to fire that at Bosket S14 through the first 2 clips, right through into the Manji section with a lot of angle. Comes through here. Will he fill outside 2? He does, as he is on that left foot brake like he was in the first run, settling that car onto that line, gets it to just sit there as he comes down into the Z-cell, just grabs the handbrake slightly, gets it set up for outer zone 6, drops down a little bit. But yeah, Magic can get onto that outer zone and just plant the foot and sit there. That car looks so settled on that outer zone there in sector 3. See the angle he pulls here, Brandon, is unbelievable. And when he flicks back here, look at how well he can just put the car on angle and arc everything. It is a perfect arc going through there.
Could have been a bit deeper going into out of 3, I've got to say, but manages to get the car to do what it needs to do to pull out to 4. And yeah, he's got a very aggressive style, lots of flair, and lots of snappy transitions, and that is what we're liking to see, the judges are wanting to see. Could have been a bit deeper on 6 as well, but very good driving, obviously with a 90 plus score from the get-go, so he's pretty much into the show regardless.
Yeah, and he is our 4th last driver to go, so we're going to be working into our top 3 drivers from last year here, after we get this score from Maciej Jarkovic. Is our 3rd last Polish driver of the evening, and we wait for the judges to drop in them scores there. Obviously having a bit of deliberation about this one.
Definitely, and you look at the shape of the track here. That is not an easy first half. This track would be probably much easier if you were to do it the opposite way to the way it's running now. If you were to do this in reverse, I feel like it would be easier.
Who knows, that could be a layout for future rounds. As we get the score for Maciej, it's an 82, so does not improve his score, but still sitting in 4th position with a 91 from run 1 is the Polish national. So we move on to our top 3 drivers from last year. And on the line, we have Victor Anderson in that GT86, ready to send it out into initiation, Brandon.
Definitely, and that car has got plenty of style. Look at all of those little strobe lights going off. He's here to party, he's here to have a good time, but he's got an 83 on the board to start with. He's going to revving that up. Here we go, that GT86 firing down the main straight. Nice big clutch kick initiation with a bit of a weight transfer. Oh, just getting very wide there as he transitions now towards outer 2. Looking very nice and dialed. Lots of grip, lots of speed. Had some left foot brake there and get the car to wash out a bit wider. Lovely through outer 4. Transitions into 5. Looking very solid though as he comes around to outer 6. Solid stuff towards that latter half of the run. Not too shabby.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. So does a big clutch kick entry, is a little bit late maybe as he comes through the inner clip and out into the outer zone 1, very wide on outer zone 1. He will be deducted for that. As he transitions, the car is placed quite well there through that middle section and does run a little bit of curb here, does manage to fill outer zone 2. Now when he comes around to 3, he is actually set up rather perfectly here. He is on a little bit less angle than some people are. Judges might mark him down a little bit for that, but comes out into outer zone 4 quite nicely. Transitions down into the D-cell, does pull the handbrake a little bit, and gets that car settled and back around into outer zone 6 here, where he does paint that white line black and does a very tidy job there. So we'll see what the score drops in here for Victor Anderson in that GT86.
Definitely not a bad run at all. Just got to see what the judges think, because once again, we're not judges. It's hard for us to say, and we've been proven wrong a few times with our scores, so we'll have to see.
Yep, I've been slapped in the face twice today. And we have an 84, so he betters his score. He drops into 18th position for Victor Anderson, and I believe we have an interview coming up here now.
Nasser Al-Habali with us. Hi.
Hey.
So first of all, we have to tell something about your flag, because there was a little consternation on the stream. Your flag on the car, Salvador.
Yeah, the flag is Salvadorian. El Salvador, it's in Central America, but I live in Dubai, so.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're doing in Poland right now? Tell us.
So last year I started drifting in Europe also. I've always drifted in Middle East. No, it was for 3 years, but last year I started doing also Europe. So now in summer I drift in Europe, and in winter I do Middle East.
But you was last year in Warsaw, yeah?
Yeah, so last year I only did Drift Masters. This year I'm doing a lot of events. I'm doing DMP, I'm doing some of the Baltic rounds, a lot of the Gateway stuff, a lot of also Drift Master stuff, and FIA, and just trying to do more things to get more experience on this side of the world.
So tell us, you got the 97 points in your second run on the qualification. The car is the key, or your skill is the key?
I think it's like being in the zone, because we actually have some serious issues with the engine going on right now. And last night we worked on it till like 4 a.m. The car is standing on its last leg. So when you have something like that, you just drive like you don't care anymore. So I guess you need to push to the limit to qualify high over here.
I thought you will say it's the temperature that we have like right now, 25 degrees, and in Middle East it's nothing for you.
To be honest, this is for me like a breeze. I see everyone like really hot in the car with blowers and stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, it does get hot in the cars, but I drift in 45 outside and I'm sitting in a hot car. So this is fine with me.
Still no air condition.
Yeah, no air conditioning. You don't need that.
So 97 points, very good score, quite brilliant score. How do you feel about riding in pairs here in Warsaw?
It's definitely very rewarding for me and my team. My team worked really hard last night, and they deserve a reward. They're very relieved right now, especially that we don't have to do anything more to the car. Our only hope is, finger crossed, that the car survives the entire day tomorrow. And definitely looking strong going into battles tomorrow with a 97. Gives me confidence.
After what we saw on the qualifications, damn, good luck, man.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Nasser just going over his little adventure going from the Middle East into Europe. What a guy, what a driver. And obviously him having some engine issues. Congratulations to the team for their high score. Getting back in, it is insane what kind of achievement they have managed to pull. So it's good to see Nasser involved in DMP and the rest of Europe. And it's generally nice to see more international drivers getting involved in Europe and Poland. So awesome stuff there. And now we are on to our last two drivers of qualifying. And it is going to be an interesting one for tomorrow. And it's looking really stacked. As you can see, we have this Mark V Supra piloted by Mateusz Suski. And this is an awesome, awesome car as well. Once again, I do believe this is a HGK kit. I apologize if I'm wrong. But we have an 85 on the board for Mateusz Suski to start with. So can he improve on his second run? As you can hear, those straight cut gears absolutely slamming down through the main straight. Big angle going into the first zone. Perfect into outer zone 1. absolutely snappy, consistent and smooth. Look at this, absolutely flying through the course as he comes around into outside zone 3, doing a lovely job coming around. Look, lots of speed into 4. Look at the smoke bellowing out of the back. And this is a man possessed in that Mach 5 Supra, coming around outside zone 6 and across the line. What a run.
Yeah, we were just talking to Nazar there, and he has a 97-point run, and let's be honest here, if there's anyone at the moment who's going to put that up to him, it is going to be Mateusz Suski. Look at this run here in those extreme tires, absolutely getting destroyed on the back of that Supra. Perfect through the first zone, perfect through the second zone, and coming in here, look at the speed that he has traveling through that section. It is unbelievable. Now, he did come up a little bit short on outer zone 4, I think. Yeah, just a little bit midway through that. That is the only thing I can see, and there was a bit of a handbrake drag here through that last outer zone 5, that last decel, but wow, that is an impressive run in that Mark 5 Super from Mateusz. Big round of applause for him.
That was very fast. It was basically a, oh yeah, Nasir talking about all that? Yeah, watch. So we got a 92, putting Mateusz into 3rd place. So massive congratulations to Mateusz Suski for getting 3rd place in qualifying so far. But once again, we do have another very talented man to finish off qualifying, which is Jakob Kroll. So could he upset the previous run that we've just had? And could he score higher? We'll have to see in that S15, or is it a 14.9? I can't remember which one it is. I'm pretty sure. Yes, it is an S14.9. So he is currently on a 92. And this is your final run for pro qualifying in round 1 of DMP 2025, the Polish Drift Championship. Jakob Kroll going in now, firing it into the first corner. Lovely through in the clip 1. Nice through out clip 1. Big snappy transition there, coming through. A little handbrake drag to get into zone 2. Lovely stuff as he goes through out of zone 3. Lots of speed, lots of angle, lots of fluidity going on here. Lovely flow as he comes around the track. Big transition into out of zone 5 as he comes across into out of 6. Lovely stuff as he comes across the line. Jakob Kroll, hats off to you.
Yeah, this is going to be another big scoring run here, Brandon. If we look into the first clip, perfect through there, and into the second clip, another perfect line through there as he transitions here. He's on that good angle. He is a little bit close to that inside cone, but I don't know how the judges will view that. Very close to running that curve, but fills outer zone 2, gets back on the power. You see all the smoke bellowing out of there with the grip in that car. Powers the car kind of mid-track, exactly where the judges are looking for that car to be placed, out perfectly onto outer zone 4 as he transitions back here. He does come and cut a bit of angle. It goes through outer zone 5, gets back on power, around perfectly through outer zone 6 and across the line. This is going to be quite a high scoring run again.
Definitely, Cian. As you can see, now that the final run has happened, all of the spectators are now starting to filter out, starting to get ready to leave, as obviously, well, they'll be going around the paddocks. But it's a 94 for Jakob Kroll, putting himself into 2nd position. Wow, 2 very high scores back to back. What a way to
38 out of 40 there on the line from Jakob Kroll. That is impressive. Unbelievable driving there from all drivers today. That's unbelievable standard of driving here today, Brandon. I'm really, really thrilled to be part of this and get to watch this. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely. DMP just showing that the driving level always steps up every year, everywhere that is around the world. Drifting is getting bigger, getting better. And here you go. Here is your first round of DMP 2025. This is your current qualifying standings, with Nasir getting a 97, Jakob Kroll getting a 94, Lucas getting a 93, Mateusz Suski getting a 92, Maciek getting a 91, as well as Valery Sheslov getting a 91, and here is the rest of the scores, filling out your top 32 bracket for the first round of the season. This has been an insane qualifying session. As you can see, the Opel GT getting in there at 19th, and wow, it has been insane. And a massive thank you to everyone who has come through today to watch the first qualifying session, as well as all of the drivers coming through, putting all of their money on the line to fund their seasons, and putting their cars and themselves on the line to push as hard as they can, and stepping up the level. And obviously this is just qualifying. We've still got battles tomorrow, which is going to be absolutely insane. And I'm very excited to see how this bracket turns out. As I can guarantee you, there's going to be a lot of spills, a lot of thrills, and there's going to be a lot of amazing battles. And as you can see there, Lucas Vycek being the last in the top 32 at 77. Unfortunately, Tobias just not making it in. So that is going to be our top 32 drivers making it through for battles tomorrow, and it has been an insane one. And wow, the crowd has been absolutely insane from what we can see as well today. The judges have been absolutely on point. The media crew have been on point. If you've been keeping an eye on the social medias on our Instagram, they've been absolutely on it throughout the entire, from all the way from setup all the way through to today. It has been crazy. And yeah, it's been, honestly, Cian, it has been a crazy one.
Yeah, like this has been a crazy day. Like even if you look at the people in the drop zone, we have some heavy hitters. Like we've got the likes of Tobias Pujan out. We've got Tim Heidrich out. Pavlanka's out. Some people that you'd be expecting to get into top 32 not getting in there. So again, this is round one. Some of these cars were stripped apart only a couple of weeks ago. In some cases, maybe even a couple of days ago. So a lot of learning curves for a lot of drivers here. It is round one. This is a very hard track to kick off the season as well. Precision is key with this track. So you can see everybody filtering out there. There's our Polish counterparts signing out. I think me and Brandon will be doing the same. So we will see you tomorrow for top 32 of pro and top 16 of semi-pro tomorrow.
Yep, let's get it. Let's see you in battles.
See you in battles.
Good night.